What's up, everybody? Welcome to another fun day of accuracy stacking Deadeye. Today we are showing you a brand new version of this build featuring Flicker Strike. I don't think you guys are ready for this. I wasn't ready for this. Then I realized I really wasn't ready for it, because when you start doing some really interesting things like, let's see, allocating Tribal Fury, and then running Greater Ancestral Call, and then just Herald of Ash for the hell of it. You got a crazy, unholy trifecta of AoE clear. And it starts to look bananas. Let's just warm things up for a second here. Obviously Act 9, it's not real. But, you know, it looks something like that. It doesn't really matter how much health the monsters have, because this thing's doing like 5 million DPS. This is not going to YouTube, but I am doing a new farm you guys haven't seen. The information on this is in the description of the stream for YouTube or in commands for Twitch as usual. It's day 30 now. And I'm doing a Damnation farm. My own version of it, not exactly the same as like Red Vials, for example, but prioritizing, go figure, super fast maps. Not actually juicing the maps up crazy to try to get as much value as I possibly can out of them. The Scarab market's kind of crashed on these, but Pilfering is like 40 C a piece, and Plenty is like 10 C a piece. And so I want to actually check this real quick. I didn't even check this lately. Oh yeah, it's even more favorable for me. So the fact that the Pilfering Scarab is cheaper than the Divination Chisel, it's also strong support of this variation. I don't have to roll the maps, so I get really high quant maps and still get pretty high pack size maps. Just going 8 mod corrupted, and I can buy them en masse, especially when I overpay a couple chaos for them. Just go to people's hideout and there's just like a dozen of them at once or something. Still gonna run the Astrolabe because the reward for this quadrant is like really good. A lot of Vado boxes, nightmare maps, good scarabs, greater cascade or cooldown support, and you get like, you know, rewards on the way go. But anyway, of course, running Divination card drop chant. This one's actually kind of cheeky. So like, these monsters, they're magic, and I noticed they actually dropped some decent raw loot because they're magic native monsters on the map, as opposed to like Beyond, which isn't native, not normally magic, especially without Bloodline Scarab, or Abyss monsters or anything else that spawns after the fact. So it's kind of, you know, annoying to wait on those and deal with the fact that they drop way less loot. So this is really kind of going all in on those Plenty of Divination of Plenty monsters by trying to increase the chance of getting a Covetous Shrine, increase chance of getting the Bismuth Ore. Sometimes I get both in the same run, and it, like, you know, absolutely maximizes the drops that I'm going to get off of them. The only big thing I'm missing here, as far as those monsters, is the Divination Chisel, which would be nice, but I really don't want to roll the maps, and it's just kind of annoying to do all that. It would take way longer to acquire like 200 maps, for example. And it would cost more. These maps, with the Astrolabe in mind and everything, cost me less than half a Divine a piece. Less than half. Question in the chat, do you always use path building before any releases so you know which way to go, or do you shoot from the hip? Kind of shooting from the hip. Bismuth Ore. 2 shrines on every map. I can grab both. I mean, just look at what this build does to this shit. Hence the stream title. You see, when you got speed like this, even killing beyond is going to take a long time. I don't even know if it's worth hitting like this stuff here. I guess I will, but... You can see almost everything is dead. That's so funny. I rarely ever die on this strat, too. Eight reward rounds. And here's the big reason why I don't want to roll the maps. Because if you're rolling the maps, you're probably putting deli orbs on there. And you're not getting any simulacrum splinters, because they're not dropping all at once. Oh, yeah, I forgot the timer. And then you're also not getting any deli orbs, which are worth a premium. So I've already done like 200 maps this yesterday, off stream. And I made like 15 div an hour. Not even counting Damnation card normalized drops or anything. I did not drop a Damnation. But I ran enough maps and dropped enough Azure rewards or whatever it is to qualify for like, I think it was a third of a Damnation card or something. So the Damnation drops per hour would still be, you know, pretty respectable. And that's also what I'm going for to a certain extent. Build is a lot. This build does have very high survivability for a flicker strike build, at least. I did not go all in damage and speed here, despite what you might imagine. Divine or Deli Orbs worth like 40 C apiece.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's footsteps. That alone should give you pause.
How much divs? It's about four mirrors. There's the other shrine. God, I was wondering where that... I misclicked it. Well, at least I could dupe a containment scope. Also got a lot faster on this build recently, so even like looting isn't that bad. A lot of deli orbs. This is spec for kind of maximum deli orb rewards with stuff like this. And then this. As well as this.
What is it?
Memory vault. 3 up. Oh yeah, shaper fragments on there too.
As expected.
Well, I don't know if this one's worth anything. A little bit weak. 39C. That's on average. I get like 50 or 60C on that. Seems the Damnation card farming fell out of favor. The card is still over half a mirror, but the scarabs have dropped a lot in the last couple days. We're grabbing both shrines. Go check the description of the stream. Just find the path building there. If you're on YouTube. Oh, you're on Twitch actually. Sorry. Alright, so this is the important card to track as your injury ward. Essentially, 100 and according to Red Vial's numbers, 110 of these equals 1 damnation. So that's how you can kind of like track your progress and your sort of normalized drops. This is the first one that I dropped. I dropped 2 in that one apparently.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
Just another stumbling corpse.
It's 395 to 1. Well, I'm just going off of Red Vial's numbers. I assumed that he was tracking legitimately. And I'm not aware of anybody with a better sample size than him, but if you got some compelling evidence to suggest that it's way off from that, then I don't know. It's from him? Well, I don't know why his overlay was like... Was he just completely goofing off on his overlay? Because he has an overlay that tracks his numbers. I mean, you can look at like his latest... There was a stream from like 8 days ago where he had like... It was the last time he was tracking those numbers. He had 18 damnations and like 1,700 of these cards. Alright, I guess I'll have to look at it then. I'm surprised to hear that though, because I mean, you know, he has a decent sample size. He dropped it 9 times, and he dropped this other card almost 1,000 times. He could have some pretty extreme RNG, skewed RNG there. I mean, he'd have to be off by like a standard deviation of 4 or more for that to be the perceived drop rate, but his personal drops to be off by that far. What was his explanation for the drop rate being better than average? Like, how does he know? Somebody else was tracking? Like, where did he pull the math on? Or where did he pull it from?
I'm not up to that just yet.
Approach, challenger.
My mana is full.
Back in time. They pulled 2 million stack deck. Damnation doesn't drop from stack decks. It even says so in the wiki, I believe. I mean, that's actually common knowledge at this point. I've heard it from multiple sources. Nobody's ever dropped one from stack deck
Cannot master the Atlas.
that I've heard of.
No one can.
80% leap. Well, you know, when you leap slam this fast, you get around a lot. You may not be able to very easily tell how often I'm actually using Flicker Strike, but it's more often than it seems. Because Flicker also looks like a leap slam. Oh, we rage baited somebody.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
Just want to grab this. Thanks. Wow. This time I finally found a over quality prismatic tincture. But it's only 22. Static Strike of Gathering Lightning Bill with cap tax me by GGG. Yeah, it doesn't count for multi-strike. Multi-strike goes beyond the server tick cap of 33.3 attacks or whatever it is. The server tick cap programming is embedded into Path of Building. Like if you remove multi-strike and try to push the attack speed up above 33.3, it literally doesn't let you do it. So my understanding is that it's already baked into the equation. Assume they're correct, yeah. It's not my personal POV. That's like perfect gear POV for the record. Well, like I had a video that I dropped that showed like a Uber X arc. I think I based on that POV. I didn't actually even check my own numbers, but they would have been at least 2/3 of what that path of building showed. So it would have been at least like 600 mil. I usually get 8 reward rounds. Before I took, the last thing I changed on this is taking these here. I was taking like divination drops or even had singular eternity allocated, which was pointless. But it's actually a big deal going from 6 to 8 reward rounds. I like the idea of going speedy, just melee is ass. Well, I mean, this, if you feel like melee is ass on account of clear, then just do the flicker strike build instead. Because that's, in my mind, that's how I'm kind of squaring this. This is the, what the hell, I can't click that. This right here is kind of the clear version of the accuracy stacking build. I'm trying to make like the strongest clear speed version of this, and then static strike of gathering lightning, I would guess is the strongest single target skill for this build. Maybe not. I'm no fan of melee, generally speaking. But, this is so much between either version of this build. I mean, this is so much stronger than like the strongest bow build I can make. Why Dune and not the vintage Jungle Valley? Oh, you wouldn't want to do Jungle Valley on this. Because you got to kill the boss after to get the cards. And while that would give you better altars, like you don't want to be spending a bunch of extra time trying to like go into another zone and take out the boss, wait for him to spawn. Yeah, it's because whatever card is... That's kind of extreme, though, if it's actually that extreme. Whatever card is the top value card, it's worth like 2 or 3 times its real value because of gambling. It's kind of crazy how many scarabs this strat dropped. I didn't realize this before the strat, but this is actually a... This strat is like legitimately strong raw loot farm. Because you're spawning like a crap ton of magic monsters onto the map. Like even more than a bloodline scarab would give. Look at those deli orbs. So on that one, I hit 8 reward rounds, plus I procced this. I think I even procced a small one too.
The more you aid him, the more harm you bring upon him.
This is dizzying. One word of advice is it's a little bit like backseat driving. If you're watching this, it's going to be way more disorienting than if you're playing it. It's not nearly as disorienting to actually play. Just like riding the backseat of a car, it's more disorienting than being the driver. Same principle. Plus, I'm playing the mini-map too. I'm not even really looking at the peripheral vision of like actual monsters and stuff. You can't actually, when you're going this speed, you're really just playing the mini-map. Estimated budget, it's about 4 mirrors, but you can put it together for less than half of that. I got like overrolled gear and stuff, volatile Val gear, things like that. And the +1 max frenzy rings are quite expensive. So the first thing you cut is the +1 max frenzy rings and like the volatile valve gear. And you shave off a lot of the cost. Over half of it right there. And you still have like well over 50% of the damage and 80% of the defense.
Can't you see? The deeper you go, the less of you will remain.
If I had 50% of the damage I have right now, it would be almost unnoticeable on this strat. Almost. Yeah, I did answer it in detail, actually. I'll give you the TLDR. 4 mirrors is what I invested-ish. To put it together for less than half of that. Comparable power threshold.
Approach.
Damn, I can't even loot this stuff fast enough. I have to loot after. Freaking map. Unless I want to ignore orbs. A lot of annulment orbs. Oh. 27% superior necrotic armor. I like how I can still get back over here before the fucking mirrors up. Yeah, the rings are by far the most pricey. Flicker Strike's definitely tricky with like the frenzy charge thing. That's the one thing I don't like about it is before you have frenzy charges, it's kind of annoying. Especially on an accuracy stacker, because then it's like, it's all about the friendly charges. "22 annulment orb. Damn.
Can't you see? The deeper you go, the less of you will remain.
I guess I'm doing Wildwoods. Not super seriously though. What? Oh, yellow's the only good one for div card farming anyway. Really? What the fuck button did I even press? So these monsters have way more health than normal. You probably wouldn't know that if I didn't say so. Anyways, really cool build. Building this next league. As for right now, I'm finished with the challenge and done with the league. Awesome. A lot of people are kind of interested in this one. It's I don't think there's.
The Atlas twists
I'm not aware of any
all
like
fates.
streamers
Be
who
gone from here.
like push accuracy stacking builds, but especially this league with the new helmet, like it's getting kind of ridiculous. And 2 leagues ago, basically put the Juggernaut on check as far as like the king of accuracy stacking. I think for anything melee related, Deadeye surpassed Juggernaut because of Foulborn and Dream Feathers. Nullified the value of Juggernaut on the attack speed side. Juggernaut was king before that because you had to use the ascendancy to get attack speed scaling. Whereas a +1 max frenzy stacking percent more multiplier to the accuracy for frenzy charges, like way stronger. And then Windward synergy with attack speed is crazy. It turns a Deadeye from, you know, one of the glassiest ascendancies to one of the tankiest in terms of like practical gameplay. A near permanent 40% all-encompassing less damage taken for 1 ascendancy point. Just wild amount of power defensively. Yeah, I'm thinking about running this next league, running it back, because I can explore like trying to league start it. A build like this is normally not
It is ready.
league start viable, like in any capacity. But I think if I lean on the Warden initially, with the Warden's tinctures, and that bridges the gap in terms of the lack of attack speed, the lack of crit, because you get the attack speed scaling through the weapons, you get the crit scaling through the gloves, and when your accuracy is only a fraction of what it needs to be to cap out these things effectively, that makes that type of build off limits as a, low, like a really low budget or league starter thing. But the Warden with its tinctures gets enormous amounts of crit and attack speed through its tinctures, so I think you could actually just kind of pull that off. In fact, I was quite surprised by how good just going for the accuracy stacking gear when you can only get, so like the league start version, you can check it right now. You can look in Path of Building. There is a league start, hypothetical league starter version that's built a lot differently. It only has like 10,000 or 11,000 accuracy. This here has like 120,000. So I mean, when I say a fraction of the accuracy, I mean like 1/10, if that. But the other things you can do with the gear, I mean, there's probably a way to build it up better, but it's not going to be much better. So I think it'd be cool to like, because I don't know, I try to think in the mind of a not casual, but like, normal player who maybe feels it kind of daunting, like, are you really gonna like pursue a build as a second build for a high investment thing? Some people will, but a lot of players won't. They only take a build one build at a time, and the notion that you could have like this exclusive end game build, high budget build, and actually have a path to it from League Start, a viable path, I bet that's really enticing for a lot of players. I bet there's a ton of players out there who've never even played a stacker build because it's just kind of off limits at League Start. And that's like the primary reason they've never done it. They just kind of stick with whatever they started with and build that up. I mean, that's kind of me, honestly. I've never done a stacker build before, of any kind. Well, I did attribute stacking in PoE 2, but and accuracy stacking in PoE 2, but in PoE 1 I've never done it. Kind of like the transfigured one even better with this, because the cool thing about Flicker Strike is, unlike Static Strike, you don't actually use your ability even if you click it, unless there's an enemy that's eligible.
Stay sane, exile.
This also kills enemies. It's got like 4x the damage as far as Leap Slam is concerned, which is kind of interesting. Leap Slam's even faster, smoother, hits harder, but run down of mana. I think the best version of this build might actually involve running Leap Slam with Groundbreaking with life tap support, because it's actually really nice. I hate the idea of losing a socket, losing the accuracy, but that'd be smart. Flicker Strike also got a lot better recently, this league, because it's apparently, I didn't realize this, but it's or at least I think this is the case. 31% chance to gain Frenzy Charge on hit. Usually this number would cap out at well, it would be 26, I guess. Or what? 30 21. 21? Is it? No, 30. Yeah, 26. Sorry, 26. So, the crazy thing is, whenever I don't use this mastery, which I assume really just takes me from, 41 to 31 if I'm not using it, I run out of Frenzy Charges really fast. Single target. But if I have all of it, like 41, you kind of float. You lose them very slowly. I don't know if it's like too much attack speed or something, but that's kind of weird. So I think if you had over a 50% chance to get Frenzy Charge on hit, you would actually float upward Frenzy Charges, single target. Which would be insane. Followed your guide in Twister. It was my first league. I wanted to say thank you. I had a lot of fun with it. Hey man, Shenandler, thanks for coming in and letting me know. It was a good time. We'll be back in PoE 2 eventually. Gamescom, I guess, is going to come out with some new info. Probably information on when they're going to come out with a new reset. Tokyo Game Show is next week. I'm going to try to get a creator pass and get in there. I gotta look into that. I totally forgot about Tokyo Game Show last year, but I went to it the year before and did a little interview with Octavian. Not on the business day though, which meant it was like so freaking like loud and distracting. It was there on the regular day when there's the maximum number of people there.
We've made a trade.
There is no salvation to be found here, only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
I low-key love the fact that I don't have Beyond on these maps. I don't have to do like scattered second passes on the monsters and pray that I get the div card variant to spawn and I'll have to clear that whole place over again. and I would have to drop like other things. I'd have to drop the shrines and or this smooth orb. The more these div cards get cheaper, the better this little strategy is. And the more the fucking deli would get more expensive. It keeps getting more and more expensive every day. Oh, what's going on? Oh wow, that didn't... fucked up. Lost the mirror. I ran backward deliberately to reset the timer, but I apparently went so far so fast, even didn't actually move backwards enough.
Approach.
Dying to burning ground. Ah, must have been ignited. Must have got ignited. I see the interaction with crap. Yeah, I heard about that like 2 weeks ago. I did a test run of that like 2 weeks ago off stream. I didn't think it was that amazing. I was trying to do it with wildwood fishing though. But I did run a couple of them with like wisps instead. I was excited to try that strat right after the wildwood buffs. But I didn't. I don't know, I mean, I suppose it's one of the better strats, but I just didn't really... No, I'm not the only one that feels that way. Last I knew, Pro Plays tested that. His chat kept like badgering him about testing that strat, and he did. And he did several maps like that, and he walked away thinking it was overrated as well. Raw loot, it's a thing. Be insane if you could get coral every map. Yeah, that would be nice. Solo sense that damn, this build looks cool, but I don't have energy for a new character.
What news?
You can put this one away in the vault. Save it for next league.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Sorry, I was gonna track these.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
I need to pick up that 27% Twilight Red or necrotic armor. I just realized, bro, that's like 10 divines probably. Yeah, unique maps are hidden on this filter. But I don't think you can drop Cortex in a random map anyway. Not anymore, I'm pretty sure. How much does it cost? About 4 mirrors for what you see here. I think you need about a minimum of 1 mirror to get a decent version of this.
You gamble
That
with
would be a
forces
starting
you
point with
barely comprehend.
9 frenzy charges instead of 12. No max frenzy rings. Another fucking crazy. Oh, here it is. God. I don't want to not grab a covetous shrine till the very end.
I eagerly await. Where do you think you
Pretty crazy how this build just like fucking paradise on just generic clearing on a map like Dunes. This kind of build definitely loses a lot of its efficiency whenever you have like when you're fighting in tight corridors and stuff, you have to run around corners. But if you're in a wide open like this, oh my god. It's insane. Recommend beach. No, I don't even want to kill until I scout out the shrines and the, because I'm scouting for the shrine, the crabs, the covetous shrine, crabs, and bismuth ore. I'm scouting those 3 things every map before I really want to kill everything. See, right now I'm gonna go grab shrines. There's a shrine. There's a crab. There's a second. There's at least 1 more shrine. And there's no bismuth ore, but I found both the other ores. So if I try to do that on beach, it would take me longer. Cemetery is lower density than dunes, I think. Although I guess it doesn't matter as much when you're forcing a specific number of plenty packs on the map. Brian King Pantheon's actually really nice for this, where I'm not relying on full block avoidance, but like I have energy shield and then I have can't be blocked if you've blocked, or can't be stunned if you've been stunned recently. It's actually really, really nice, that particular combo. Oh, I didn't get 8 reward rounds. Yeah, the added packs is fixed. And the vast majority of the value, as far as divination farming, is going to come from the divination plenty monsters. It's fixed within a range, 6 to 10. So I mean, assuming that you were doing it on a map that can spawn them, it would, it would spawn the equal number on any map.
Will remain.
Really? Just never gonna click that thing. Fine then. Expected ratio? Well, I don't know. Somebody in chat was suggesting some information I'm not aware of, but I gotta look into it. My initial assumption on the ratio was whatever Red Vile's latest overlay showed, but I'll just have to look into it more deeply, I guess. He had dropped 18 Damnations and 1,700 Azurins, but I mean, I assumed he might be a fair bit lucky there, but I didn't expect it to be like some insane outlier with that kind of sample size, but I don't know. A map cannot spawn added packs. I don't know these days. There's been days, there's been leagues in the past, especially like Affliction League, whenever you would have like Abyss mechanics not spawn in a map because it couldn't fit them. As far as just like hard-coded extra monsters in the map, I assume that's easier or more priority to spawn in. It does kind of feel like sometimes I don't find very many of these packs. But, you know, there is a range, a roll range, so who knows. It would be kind of nice to not deal with a boss that goes immune halfway through the phase for an undetermined amount of time.
We've made a trade.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
The best thing about this build is, in my opinion, the balanced combination of extreme, about this version, the extreme amount of mobility, like S++ tier mobility. You could even make an argument that this build has more mobility than any in the whole freaking game, but I mean, obviously with Queen of the Forest Mage Blood build or something would outmaneuver this, I suppose, but it's definitely up there among the very, very best in existence. Now I get the Rose Storm Tincture. The thing that was lacking with the other version, Static Shock, was, oh, see, I ran out of Frenzy Charges, so this is what happens when you run out of Frenzy Charges. That one was amazing single target. Like, not the best ever, but amazing single target. Really, really high. And then its clear was kind of, I don't know, mechanically it had issues with clear. I mean, especially compared to this, for example. So what this does is it inverts the single target. It keeps the mobility, actually even improves upon it a little bit. Inverts the single target from the other version and gives it all that power to clear, basically. But it's still doing like, you know, hundreds of millions of DPS, so outside of like uber bossing or something, I'd say this version's probably better. Maybe for the, specifically for the rushing strat I did, the Abomination rushing strat. I just dropped a video on that, by the way. For that specific strat, Static Strike of Gathering Lightning might be probably better than Flicker Strike. But that's because you were doing like Delirious Abomination, boss rushing, and kind of skipping everything in between, like not even full clearing map, and you know, you're not like going around clearing stuff in wide open areas, like annoying traversing corridors and stuff. Also, I noticed the vast majority of other Flicker Strike players are not using this. They're throwing a lot of clear out the window. They're not even using Val range target. But if you put greater Ancestral Call support on here, I'll show you the difference. So I'll run without it this time. This is the setup that a lot of players are running. They're running a 6-link like this, and you're gonna notice my clear is worse. It's not bad, but it is worse. And I haven't started killing yet, so hold on. So I lose, it might be a little hard to tell, but like my character actually has to flicker now around to kill things. Whereas before it's just like one shot everything on the screen and then some. And like the added damage I get is basically meaningless on this kind of content anyway. My character does a lot more like teleporting around, and it kind of makes it more annoying to navigate. I don't know, I mean, it's not like an invalid way to play it. Having Ancestral Call support is kind of nuts with how much extra clear that gives. I tried this build early in League, but I die a lot. Most people have these set up, they're way, way, way glassy. Like, the stereotypical Flicker Strike build is extremely glassy. You can pull up my build in POB, it's got 500, it has almost 500,000 EHP. That's not a build that's gonna die right and left. I don't care like how it's set up. If it POB registers 500k EHP, you're not dying all the time on any content. It's still, you could still say it's a glass cannon build because most of that EHP is not mitigation, it's avoidance, but that's still a shit ton of avoidance. Like, so it works really well, especially for a character that naturally avoids everything anyway by just running around. Like me coming in here and grabbing these shrines the way I can, you can't do that on like a pure glass cannon. I'm just walking in and like a ton of monsters are right there trying to wail on me, and like right here, like that right there would, or I almost died there to the lightning stuff, but I feel like on this strat, the only thing that's a real threat is those lightning balls. If they happen to all land at once, then that's like GG. I just have to not get hit by a ton of those at once. That's fine. Staying till Damnation drop? You are or I am? Like, one thing I did is, I think I'm one of the only people on all of PoE Ninja with a build like that actually has capped evasion. Like, no questions asked, or at least with blind up. And that's because everybody else is running a unique bot. So, like, here's something I noticed that was interesting. I'm really glad I set up the build the way I did before looking at Flicker Strike, because if I had gone Flicker Strike first, I would have just taken it for granted, like everybody's running the unique belt, and then they were running a Stygian Vice to make up for the stats that are missing there. Well, first of all, if you actually have, like, really good Abyssal Jewels like these, you can make up for most of the stats you're missing on Stygian Vice. Which means it's even harder to fill out the rest of the stats, because, like, basically I'm running effectively 3 rare pieces of gear with these jewels here. And it's a lot easier to hit the mark with 3 rare pieces of gear instead of 2, as far as, like, resistances, getting life, and, you know, getting things like evasion and stuff like that. It's just there's too many uniques. It creates a problem. Found you. Yeah, so I actually have Energy Shield. Like, most, I didn't even see any other Flicker Strike players with Energy Shield. Like, they're not even running it. But the Energy Shield Ghost Dance thing with this much evasion means Energy Shield's immediately capped out every time I get hit. So it's like legitimate ES recovery. That's so much more EHP if you have Energy Shield compared to not, when it makes no difference on the evasion cap. So they're running a unique body armor that has less evasion and no energy shield. And most of them are sitting around, you know, like 75 to 80% evasion, if that. And I have 95% evasion with 1200 energy shield that is effectively the same as life in terms of its, like, overall value. So it's just way more survivability. So I'm not the least bit surprised the presumption of glass cannon for a build like this. The crazy thing is, see, it still dies. It's not like I'm not gonna die. But, like, that sort of thing would happen, like, every map. Or more. It'd be like 6 portaling some of these maps. And I'm used to that kind of thing. Like, I don't even mind it that much. But it did kind of blow my mind when I was looking at the difference. Like, that unique body armor is basically, it's bait. It's essentially bait compared to what you can do with the rare body armor. Like, those builds don't even have Fortify. They're just straight up, like, missing Fortify. What? It's like one of the only major mitigation layers. I can't hit this, apparently. I'm gonna have to, like, rebind the fucking, This is the first map that's given me trouble in, like, 300 maps that I've ran with this. Wow. Okay, screw that. That thing's cursed, apparently. This is the hardest Eldritch Altar I've ever tried to click on. Maybe ever. Did I drop a Damnation off stream? No.
What is it?
I got it on the right hand side. So I'm tracking the Azir card. I'm just keeping them in my stash when I drop it. I'm not selling it, so I always know how many of those I've farmed up. Oh, so when I started doing this farm on Flicker Strike, I was at like 5 bars of XP. Doing this farm with Static Strike, which is way slower than Flicker Strike at this particular farm, in case anyone didn't know that. It's not bad at this farm, it's just not, like, clearly not designed for it. Static Strike is like a boss rusher or bosser. And when I started using Flicker Strike, I died several times because it, took some getting used to, and I was fleshing out a few things and working it, and changing a couple things. And then it all clicked for me, the play style and the gear and survivability, and I managed to level all the way to 100 with amelioration. I didn't do it deathless, but I stopped dying very often enough to, in one day, or one evening of farming, I went from 99 at 0 bars, 99 to 100. That's always a good indicator of what a build is capable of defensively. Like, can it level from 99 to 100? Is it possible to? Because if it is, it's at least, decent survivability. And this strat, I mean, most people agree this strat is not the safest strategy in the game. Like, definitely one of the rippier strat. These mobs in general are pretty rippy.
You tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
Well, anything that survives after death and can continue killing you is always kind of a shitty thing. Yeah, I'm very much enjoying this. I love how it's like a plug and play thing. Like, you could put virtually any strike skill into this. Try out different versions. That's what's really fascinating about this build, is that the power of the build is in the accuracy stacking, the ascendancy, and all that. It's not in, like, the gems. The skill gems are just, put whatever you want to play. Whatever you want to play, just put those gems in and use that skill. Whatever skill you like. Whatever you put in there, you're going to go fast AF. Sofa King asks, do you think it's worth running Sanctuary for card farming, or is it better to run Scried map? Sanctuary, yeah. What's that, like Bottled Faith? What's so great about the Sanctuary cards? Bottled Faith is on there, right?
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Got good Scarab option. Oh my god, I got Divination and Charthurn Scarabs. What the hell? I mean, anything Scarab dupe. Oh my god. That's wild. Crap, I'm gonna have to loot a lot of Scarabs.
this after all?
Oh, Damnation's also on Sanctuary. Wait, really? I didn't even know that. Well, yeah, if that's the case, it's not a bad idea. It's not the most annoying boss in the world.
Stay out. Stay sane.
You get Acceleration Shrine, that's just crazy. It's really funny when you get Gloom Shrine with this. I mean, last time I cleared like this was pre-nerf Headhunter in Arch Nemesis League. Back when you could stack the same buff up on top of itself. You get like 10 copies of Hasted and stuff like that. This is a totally different realm of like anything I was able to do on bow build for like the last 8 leagues or something.
Shifting, more your life will expand. A reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
Red altar's so much better than green. For this strat too. Photographer Scarab as well. Good. Map. Like maximum Eldritch spawns. The same build as Static Strike. Yeah, basically. A couple things swapped out. Support gem and stuff. So much Scarabs. Oh, now I get Scarab too. Literally get more Eldritch Altars than you can get. Like I spawned like 9 Eldritch Altars. You can't even do that. You can only spawn a max of 6 on green altars. Okay. I got no leech. Nothing to leech. This map was crazy. I got like every Eldritch downside ever. It's very annoying to loot. I kind of don't like it when I have to actually loot a bunch of stuff in the map. Why don't I use Mobalytics anymore? Mobalytics requires a lot of work to set up a guide. I'm not going to do that in PoE 1 in the middle of the league. There's not anywhere near enough interest in what I'm doing, or like interest in the league anymore to justify that. Now, if I league start this, next league, I will make a Mobalytics guide.
Can't you see? The deeper you go, the less of you will remain.
God, I'm gonna have to loot a whole bunch of stuff again. Grand Elder Chambers this time. Flicker and go. Much. I picked that up. Imagine paying for 4 Deli Orbs when you can just drop 4 Deli Orbs.
Greetings. As expected.
All 3 of those options aren't bad. Cortex, Nightmare Map, Valdo Box.
Perhaps your intentions are good, so are mine. It makes no difference to the Atlas.
Harvest Scarab duplicating. Thing's worth like 60 C now. In City Square. Well, I'm gonna be honest, I hadn't given it a whole lot of thought about what map to do. I just knew that having a wide open map like this is easy to scout for the things I'm looking for. The Shrine, Bismuth Ore, Crab,
Please
League
do not
Mechanic.
make my mistakes
And it's
your
what Red
own.
Vials runs, so seemed like a good idea for like really fast clearing. take this one a little bit seriously. It looks like it has the potential to be really good. Small monsters. I mean, this is like a really juicy Wildwood map. You know, makes a map like this way more dangerous. But, you know, in large part because the monsters are like way tankier, right? But doesn't matter. Like, there's like, these monsters could have, they'd have to have like 10 times more health. I mean, you even really notice it. Too bad I don't drop anything. Have you tested Beyond, the one that Red Valve did? I mean, I've ran it a little bit, but I hate the differential and the value of like deli orbs, paying for them versus dropping them. I know I can drop a bunch of them, like what I'm doing, and I don't want to pay for a bunch of them. I also don't like rolling the originator maps, and it's just annoying to have to roll maps when these days. I mean, maybe I didn't really check the originator pack size quant map market, but I know it's really easy to buy a bunch of decent 8 mod corrupted T16 maps. You can just buy them, you know, tons of them in a short period of time. Also, the Divination Chisel is good. Obviously very good for this build. But the thing with the Divination Chisel is you're investing a certain amount of extra into the map. You're kind of obligated to, for lack of a better phrase, take the map more seriously with like trying to slam more monsters onto it, do more mechanics. Like if you're going to use Divination Chisel, then you really got to use Beyond, because, you know, Beyond is going to result in some more cards. You're probably going to, like Red Vials did, he put Abyss on there. All this stuff is more time consuming. If I have Beyond on the map, it's going to take me twice as long to clear it, because I have to like clear it and then go back around, clear it again, and then try to find the stragglers, and then it's harder to tell exactly, you know, where you full cleared and where you didn't yet. And it's just so much simpler to just put all your chips into the Divination Plenty maps instead of investing into like Beyond and Abyss and stuff. You just put it all into like Bismuth Ore, Covetous Shrine. You know, those monsters are the ones that count. Nothing else really matters. Get in, get out. Drop Delirium Orbs instead of pay for them. The investment cost of this map is like less than half of what it would cost to run those other ones. I think those other ones are still like over a divine per map, probably. Between Deli Orb, Divination Chisel, the Pilfering, the Plenty Scarabs, the Originator maps, rolling the maps, as well as the Astrolabe. I'm not saying it's a bad strat, it's just not the way I want to approach it. If for example, like the Chisel was really cheap and the Scarabs were expensive, I'd probably be running it that way. So I'm not like married to this version. If, you know, the price of Delirium Orbs was way, way, way cheaper, I'd probably be running it that way. You just gotta kind of look at the
What do
market
you
and see what
hope
it's
to
doing, and
find
then
here?
just recognize
This
there's
station is all
you
that
don't have to
awaits.
run the meta strat. There's different ways of doing it. I understand I'm gonna drop fewer damnations per map, but the real question is, am I dropping fewer damnations per hour, so to speak, per time? And am I, doing better or worse in terms of like the div per hour? That's the real question. Also, if you're on a slower build, it makes more sense to slam more content into the map because you're moving through the map more slowly. You're going to take a more quality over quantity approach, or you're more likely to take a quality over quantity approach. But when I'm sitting on this build, I kind of just want to go blaze through the map. And not even really worry about killing literally every single enemy. Are red altars better than blue? Red altars are better than blue for multiple reasons for me here. The biggest reason is because those monsters spawn right away, and I'm running a strat in a way that is very much like
Please do
extreme
not
speed.
leave
So
my
I don't want
faith
delayed spawn.
alone.
I was running blue altars for a while. Now when I swapped to red, I was like, why the fuck didn't I do this sooner? That was a terrible idea to even run blue to begin with. So that's one big reason, and I already knew that reason. Another thing is, though, that if you're not overcapping your lightning res, these stupid divination card most threatening thing in the map is a lightning damage spell. So it's, I have like barely overcapped lightning res by like 5. I'm overcapped by 5, I think. So when I take a minus 45 lightning resistance on your character player side altar, that I mean I better not get even get hit by one of those things, or I might die, right? Probably gonna die. That's another reason. Oh, and another big one is that for this build in particular, it gets punished way more from Eater of World downsides than Exarch. For example, reduced defenses per frenzy charge is like you go from like evasion cap to like almost 0 evasion. How do you know those lightning? I mean, it says so in the PoE wiki.
You follow in my
Not to mention, I see what
footsteps
happens
in
when I
my
take that
father's
altar and how much
footsteps.
more damage I take and how
That
much more
alone
threatening
should
they
give
are.
you pause.
So there's personal experience as well. Yeah, and then all the red side altars. See, when I'm on a bow build, the blue altars are way less punishing than red. Because like, especially on like the way I play bow builds, like Headhunter, relying on like Progenesis Flask and a lot of different things. Red altars screw over your flask setup, whatever that is. You have like reduced flask recovery, reduced flask effect, stuff like that. That doesn't matter at all on this build. Like I could have no flasks active and it would barely even affect me.
Up front.
Removed all utility flask for third ring, so we're not getting that much value out of our flasks here. There's other things like reduced curse effect, like that doesn't matter. I don't care if I lose some effectiveness on assassination mark only, like it. A lot of the red altar downsides don't even mean anything for this build. And there's not a single one that is like super bad. Like the worst one by far is the doubled up fire minus fire and chaos res.
The Atlas is a
But
prison,
these
not a
monsters are
prize.
natively
Leave it
lightning
behind.
damage, so even that typically doesn't matter very much. Even if I have negative fire or chaos res, unless, you know, the map is monsters gain percent as extra chaos or something, unless that mod is there, like, even then it's hard for enemies to hit me, and it's not like, you know, if that lightning spell hits me, that's not a physical as extra chaos regardless, so it's just... No, I did 200 maps last night, and not counting, I didn't get a damnation drop, and not even counting normalized damnation drops, I still made 15 div an hour doing this. And I paid a lot less for pilfering and plenty scarabs this morning than I did yesterday. Like, they went down a lot in the last 24 hours, so I presumably do even better now. Unless the value of other things went down too, of course. I don't know. I'm also even faster than I was last night farming, because, like, last night, 200 map sample size was me, like, getting used to the build. Now I'm used to it. I'm feeling that flow state, you know?
There is no honor in what you are doing, only hubris.
Like, one thing I wasn't doing yesterday was just, like, beelining for the back to pick up the all that special stuff I'm looking for, if it's there. And realizing that I actually move so fast that I can go... If you can actually hit the deli mirror, and it won't even register the timer until, like, 5 seconds later. So you hit the deli mirror, and you immediately leap slam to the back of the map. Then the timer starts to kick in, like 4, 3, 2, and you can, like, grab everything and then come back to the front half of the map before before it reaches the end, and like, you do like a full scouting job and grab it, like, you know, the bismuth ore and all that stuff within that, like, 5-second window. It's pretty crazy. It's more than 5 seconds. Sorry. It's like a, I don't know, 8-second delay or something. There's things like that, you know. You have to run maps like 200 times before you realize that you can do stuff like that. Before, I was like clearing a little bit of the front of the map and then like waiting for the mirror and then like kind of not killing anything because I didn't want to kill anything, so I want to see if I can grab all that stuff. Gotta wait for the mirror and go out. Yeah, I'll show you here. Watch how far back I am before this kicks in. I'm at the back of the map right now. The timer hasn't even started, but the mirror's not here. The timer's about to start now. There it is. The timer started, but like, I can already grab, you know, a bunch of stuff, right? Oh, that one's way up there. Jesus. It's not like you have to wait long. I mean, the mirror's already back to the boss room, but if you're gonna run hundreds of maps, that stuff matters. And then hitting one of the ores pauses the mirror too. So like, also later on, I pulled these 3 points because I thought like these were important, but I can clear so fast I don't even need them. So I was able to make the passive tree even better, or the Atlas tree, I mean. Paper paws in the boss, yeah. It's definitely annoying.
Hello. The thread is revealed.
For some reason, the rewards, the memory rewards, are so good on this quadrant, but they're not like that great on other quadrants.
I've got some
How many
wealth
maps
for
have
you.
I had? I've had more than I thought. No, that's right. Okay. I got 20.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
I was shocked. Should have hit my flask. If I had my flask, I'm immune to shock. Grands. Alright. Glad I checked that. Luminary doesn't get alter bonuses player gains. Is that the same as minion? Wait, what? Luminary doesn't get those bonuses. Luminary gets... Wait, Luminary's bricked? Eldritch altars?
Stay sane, exile.
You only get one, Thurston. My time is precious.
I would assume that's not a thing.
The choice is yours.
So many deli orbs.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here.
front.
It's nice to be so evasive that porcupines are no threat. I love having to click on something 10 times in order to actually click it. Oh yeah, I mean, you know it's actually a huge deal getting like an average of 75 simulacrum splinters per map as opposed to 0? Like that adds up. It's a crazy amount. It's one of the most frustrating things about running deli orbs is that you don't get any, that all the simulacrum splinters drop individually instead of at the end of the map. It's actually infuriating. The hardest thing, clicking stuff. Hardest thing to do in this game. It made shrines easier to click, but everything else is still annoying. Shit. These league mechanic things are really annoying. Like they got the smallest hitbox ever. Is this the same build? No, it's the same build fundamentally, but it's different gem setup. Just a gem set, slightly different passives. I saved 4 passive points because I didn't need them for Val skill adjacent target. This is the deluxe Giga Clear version of Accuracy Stacker Deadeye. Static strike of Gathering Lightning is incredible. Single target, boss rushing, and that stuff. But this absolutely takes the cake for anything related to like clear speed.
There is no honor,
Especially in open areas.
only hubris.
Advance. My indecision is terrible. Nothing against my time.
My mom.
Honestly, about to remove Herald of Ash. It just causes so much freaking lag for no reason. Honestly, it accomplishes almost nothing, I think. I really like Brine King now, mainly for the stun. And then I can wear Onslaught boots a little more viably because it has the reduced effect of chill on you too. I'll show you guys next map. Dropping Herald of Ash. I can't run auras. I can only run Grace. There's not many things I can run. Heralds and like Arctic Armor. That's about it. Not sure what else I can run. Not caught by the lightning. Monsters are getting acceleration shrine. Not fair, dude. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe I don't run anything. Just pull it. Could just not run anything. This would really makes me want to take Supreme Ego. I have the room for it. And what else can I do with the reservation?
Shifting, morphing, expanding. A reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
So this is no Herald of Ash. See how less laggy this is?
Cast yourself into
Herald of
oblivion.
Purity. I don't do any physical damage, like all lightning. Okay, Herald of Lightning.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Hello. Journey well.
Yeah, that doesn't do anything for me. It's all for the AoE clear purposes. I just wish I could do something with the reservation, like, it would be so perfect if I could get Supreme Ego. There is a way I can move the Elegant Hubris and all
You're
that,
not
but, like,
conquering the Atlas.
it's,
It is conquering you.
it would cost me too many passive points, I think. Yeah, Arctic armor is what I was wearing. How difficult was it getting the right mods in the helmet? 0 difficulty. You can put a one modded rare jewel in. You're guaranteed the mod you want with the exact roll range you want. Nothing unusual. Drop from that. $500 maps for one? I don't know. Probably more than that with this strat. I gotta look into the actual, like, drop rate. I need to get more data on that.
Up front.
Oops. It would cost a total of 7 passive points to go over here. But I get 1 notable for free, effectively doing that. And then I also get an extra jewel for doing that. So it is possible to be worth doing. Supreme Ego would add a lot of evasion. I can't click worth a damn right now, what the hell. Ooh.
Approach.
I know what I'd do.
What's my other shrine? Tink. The biggest scarab in the game. Actually, preservation might be. You haven't? I don't even know if I've dropped a preservation this league. Link to the strat? Nope, this is a new strat I'm showing you guys. It's not that out of the box, it's just Damnation card farming, but it's my take on it, I guess. What is the speed? Welcome to 120,000 accuracy. I don't have that actually. Over 100,000 accuracy. Flicker strike.
Can I help? As expected.
I guess I can't check that. There's a few decent Elegant Hubris's over here. 7 passive points. I would lose these 4 for sure. These 2. That's 6. Be tough to pull any others. I kind of have to pull out a life, probably. Either that or maybe sacrifice one of these. This would make me lose Chaos Res. There is actually one that has 37 Chaos Res, though, on the way.
Abandon all pretenses and save yourself while you still can.
Abs and Bismuth.
Approach, John.
Stop scamming me. I know there's another shrine. Be a covetous, be a covetous, be a covetous. No. I think you drop fewer divination cards when you have a bunch of blue wisps. But it's like offset by yellow wisps, so it's probably kind of even. Do I know a PoE website tracks what port to send shipments for tattoo? I suspect there is one for that. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen it.
Shifting, morphing, expanding. A reminder of the virtues of an agile.
Well, you know, I mean, it's kind of nice to have a bigger mana pool. It just makes it more likely to have mana to do what I want to do. It's not the end of the world.
Do not belong
Agree. Remind you of
What you perceive
shrine
is
blasting
not the same as
Defile
what is.
Cathedral. They're fun times. Shrines and harbingers. That's what that was. Covetous Shrine. Covetous Shrine is 22% quant, which is like I think the only source of player side quant in PoE 1. The only available source outside of Legacy standard gear. Right? It's the only source now? I believe so.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Hell is this not available for me to click on, dude? Ah! So many click attempts.
Approach.
My mirror's already beginning to expire. Yeah. Nice. Oh. Dude, stop dropping stuff. Stop making me loot. I need a Chinese pet for this build. This really takes the whole, like, looting is the most dangerous thing to do in the game, and, like, amps it up to an 11. You have to change much in your gear tree to swap? The only major things I did was I swapped the 4 points here for attack mastery, which, I mean, these weren't worth that much anyway. I threw them here into crit. The biggest thing I did was to get the triple additional nearby enemy greater ancestral call, which is just freaking fantastic for Flicker Strike. It's unreal how good that is. I swapped Arctic Armor for Herald of Ash and swapped the this over here. I'll come out with a video on this. I swapped the Pantheon over, and then I swapped out Chill Immune to Onslaught, because now with this setup I actually move 150% increased movement speed, which is just kind of nice. Just makes it even nicer. Not that movement is that important, but it is nice, you know, to be able to actually just like run a little bit. If I gotta like run over to a Eldritch Altar to click it, that kind of thing. And yeah, I think that's basically it.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here.
I'm thinking tomorrow I'll probably make a video on this. Changes. It's too bad I didn't come out with this like 2 weeks ago. I think this would have... I think people would have, like back when people were actually still playing the game in mass. I think this build would have raised a few eyebrows. I mean, I'm sure it would have, because this is... I mean, it brings me no joy to say this, but this is just so outrageously stronger than any of my bow characters. Granted, I haven't looked too deep into making like a stacker bow build, which I probably could. I could probably do like a Voltaxic Rip strength stacker or something. But that is like a thing. So I shouldn't write it off completely, but like, you can't move like this on any character hardly, except like ward loopers and, you know, this is like an almost infinite amount of attack speed. Leap Slammer. Is this the fastest Damnation farmer? No, it's not. Alright, well. That's why I posed it as a question.
Greetings.
Caught you looking though.
Here now.
Never even seen that scarab on here.
I am where I must be. You are not.
Did House Kayaks send you? Make your choice. And be quick.
Approach.
Let fury take march for death.
I'm a little curious what build clears faster than this though. It's funny how slow I am when I actually have to just like go around and loot stuff. I've seen, I mean, I've seen EK, I've seen FUB guns and pro plays, and I don't feel like their builds are faster than this. They could be stronger. They might be like better. I suspect they're better all around builds, but I don't feel like they're faster than this.
We've
They're
made a
definitely
trip.
tankier. That no doubt about that. Those guys had a lot. They had like tens of mirrors invested. Keep in mind, this is like 4 mirrors. This isn't like 20 mirrors like those guys. Oh. 1826. They only invest 11? I thought they would invest like 20 or 30 mirrors. Actually. What's my build in PoE 2 next league? For the reset, I plan to start Gemling Twister.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
Because that ended up being the strongest late game Twister Ascendancy. And then people were like, wondering why I wasn't switching to it. And I told everyone what I tell you now. I was like, well, it'd be nice to save myself for the reset, right? I can do it on the reset. That's what I'm doing. What the hell, dude? Really? Do you have a guide on that? No. I'll start working on that when we get the announcement of when they're coming out with the new stuff. And when I do get Wildwood stuff, I drop more cards. Am I going to Gamescom? No. It's not in Tokyo, is it? I do plan to go to Tokyo Game Show, which is next month. Or is that what the Gamescom is? Do they call it Gamescom? Is it actually Game Show? Tokyo Game Show?
Perhaps your intentions are good. So are mine. It makes no difference to the Atlas.
Oh. Really? Pretty sure I clicked that. Ooh, Bismuth and Covetous. Login. Bismuth, Covetous, and Crabs in one map. Axe size and quant.
I am where I
Or
must
increased
be.
divination cards found is
You
nice.
are not.
That's probably additive with the 20 scarab though. Nation of Plenty off of the boss. 29% fossilized. Spirit Shield. No. I feel like that shouldn't be on the loot filter. That's the wrong base. Is that base ever really good? It's a titanium spirit shield is the big one.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
Oh, I definitely need Gloom Shrine on this build. Yes. Yes. I have melee splash, +3 additional targets, 50% more range on those with Herald of Ash and the Gloom Shrine. Whoa. Alright, this map's done. Lucky. I feel halfway lucky to not spawn a bunch of Eldritch Altars. I wish I could like input a command, but like a if-then thing to automatically trigger Eldritch Altars. Imagine you could like set up the game so that it would automatically choose the altars for you based on the parameters you put in. I guess we're not playing the game at that point though. start doing that. Pretty surprising how many scarabs drop on this. Although I guess it shouldn't be. It really didn't occur to me until recently how good of a all-purpose farm this is, because this is producing like more magic monsters than a bloodline scarab ever could. They're still magic lumps. And I don't think the increased divination card modifier actually adjusts the weightings. I think it's actually just 1000% extra loot in the form of divination cards. Whereas the divination chisel is actually a weight distribution shift. I got a divine orb. The funny thing is, I actually got a lot more raw loot than I would be getting if I was using a divination chisel. Get a lot more of the other stuff. Kind of a silver lining, I guess.
Tread no further, villain.
Hello? It worked. Let us proceed.
Looking. One of those windows earlier yesterday gave me 3 containment scarabs. Not 1, but 3.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied, only destroyed.
Fast map clearing. Yeah, especially when I don't have to click any altars. It really is. Oh no, guys, kind of like this build. Kind of like it.
There is no salvation to be found here. Only
Never. This is actually the first time I've ever
unveil
played
all
Flicker Strike
that you are.
in PoE 1. Like, no joke. First time. The real MVP is, though, Leap Slam. There's a deli boss there.
My mana is low. There is no salvation.
I wonder how
to be
fast I'm
found
doing
here.
these maps.
Only the
I actually
gradual
forgot to
undoing of all that
check
you
the-
are.
Well, I did track the time last night, but I forgot to like actually check how much time per map I was doing. Specifically that. Probably about 2 minutes, maybe? Wait, how do I have 13 frenzy charges? I've seen this before. My max frenzy charge count is 12, but I have 13 right now. What? There must be some kind of bug with Flicker Strike.
You are not conquering the Atlas.
I broke the
It is
game.
conquering you.
Wait, it gives a +1 max? Really? I didn't know that. Oh my god. That means shrines are goated for this strat. Jeez, well, it looks like everything's ghosted. Like ghosted mob types. This map is way more dangerous than most. Look at the looting. Oh, close to getting the next delirium around. I should have like gone and found like one monster in the corner of the map.
Rid yourself of your delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied, only destroyed.
My mana is low.
You guys think Kosis saw me coming there?
check in with me when you have a moment?
Shifting. Morphing. A reminder of the virtues of an agile.
Look at.
Prepare to face your unmaking.
This is the static strike build you're using? Yep. Yeah. Couple little changes, mainly to the support gems. But pretty much the same. It's definitely a better setup overall because, you know, it's only doing about half as much single target damage as Static Strike, but like it's obviously doing way better than it's way more than twice as efficient at clear speed. And it's not any less tanky. Well,
This is yours.
it's less tanky in the sense that Flicker Strike you can't control where your character is always going, so you might sometimes get caught, but aside from that. Yeah, most people who play Flicker Strike just abandon defense anyway. Don't care. This is actually a super, super strong, well-rounded version of Flicker Strike. If you look at it and compare it to like other versions, I think it could give Flicker Strike a good name. A lot of people write it off for like meme levels of defense or not actually being all that strong single target. Good clear skill, but like crappy single target or something like that. I feel like this is surprisingly well balanced and strong on all the major categories. Survivability is its worst aspect for sure, but you know it's got over 400,000 EHP, so that's something. Number 1 is mobility, number 2 is clear speed, number 3 is single target, number 4 is survivability.
I've got some well.
Hello.
And that's definitely my jam. Best thing about this setup is that you can basically plug and play whatever gem you want. You want to play with Smite? Go ahead. You want to play with Flicker Strike? Alright. Static Strike? Okay. Frostblade? Yeah, sure. Whatever melee strike build you want, really. As long as it can work off of dual wield swords. worth running Beyond? Maybe. To run the full Beyond package, I would have to sacrifice both shrines and... you know, either part of the Delirium tech, or... So basically, I'm running Delirium tech, Shrine tech, and Bismuth ore tech, and I would have to pull 2 of those 3 to run Beyond properly. And I don't want to do that. I'm putting all my chips into the plenty divination, plenty monsters with this strat, basically.
Had a sail, exile.
Yeah, it's not... I think Flicker gets a really bad name. It's probably one of the worst skills to... Or, no, sorry. I should reword that. It's probably one of the least appealing skills to observe as like a bystander. Like watching a Flicker Strike player playing is like... can't tell what the fuck is going on. It's like, give you a headache if you try to focus on what I'm doing. But I used the analogy earlier about like backseat driver, you know, it's the same thing where it's like when you're the one in the driver's seat actually playing it, it's nowhere near as hard to manage. Like it's I'm not the least bit like tired or mentally exhausted doing this. It's just like any other speed farming build. Yeah, sometimes my character will go like 2 screens off of where I think I'm going, but I'm just watching the minimap anyway, so if I feel like I'm not in the place where I'm supposed to be, I'll just look at the minimap a little more closely in that second. I'll be like, oh, I'm over here. What? How bad is there somebody with epilepsy? I don't know. I mean, I feel like playing PoE 1 in general is not good if you have epilepsy. Like, no build is a safe space. Dude, what the fuck? That was like 6 deli orbs. I mean, I made all my money back just in deli orbs. 2 delirium. I made almost all my money back just on 2 diviner delirium orbs. Build looks amazing. How much to get started? I would say like 1 mirror to get started. Just copy what I'm doing, but don't have perfect gear, and don't run max frenzy. You'll have 9 frenzy charges instead of 12. Like similar rings, but no max frenzies. It'll be like way cheaper. Oh shit! This guy. I only have 20% rarity, by the way. More worthwhile to invest in the Bismuth or Beyond? Well, I mean, as far as like on a your currency per map, you would definitely get more from Beyond, but it's going to add time. If I put Beyond on this, it would almost double the time per map, because I'd have to do 2 sweeps instead of 1. And then, also, one of the things I don't like about Beyond is the monsters get way more scattered, and like the Flicker Strike doesn't, you know, quite connect as well with the scattered Beyond mobs as it does with just like, you know, fresh packs of mobs.
Make a call.
End of the line. I don't serve.
Oh yeah. Like if you're on a normal build, I don't see a big problem with it. And but here's also the thing: if you're gonna go Beyond, maybe you want to actually roll originator maps and do like the actual strat that Red Vials is doing. That's one of the things that I'm doing is I'm cutting corners for speed and stuff. So I want to have cheaper maps that I can get in and out of faster. So I'm dropping beyond and I'm not rolling the maps. I'm picking up deli orbs and simulacrum splinters instead of spending deli orbs on, like, you know, high delirious, beyond, divination, chisel. I'm not doing all that. I'm just doing like half of it. And it's a quantity over quality thing. Feels so goofy to run around and loot. And I can, like, clear this fast. I've never had a build that was, like, this outrageously fast to clear, and then, you know, you go around trying to pick up loot, you feel like I'm a slug. Barely. Like I'm crawling around after moving this fast. It's really jarring. That's actually the most jarring thing about the build, is having to loot. You almost want to make a version of the strat where I don't have to loot anything. Except, you know, off the boss. Contraband, containment information you may not want to know. Say what? Talking about a containment scarab? Caddy, yeah. Proc Eldritch Altars faster with one each hive. Do you think it actually procs more? I kind of know what you're talking about, because I've noticed on maps that randomly spawned a hive, or any, honestly, any breach, or the NPC breach or fortress breach. In both those cases, would get a lot of Eldritch Altars to spawn in those zones. I've noticed that. When I was doing pilfering on Mausoleum without blocking breach. I didn't automatically think that more total Eldritch Altars were spawning on account of it. Could be. Oh, a lot of daily orbs coming up. Scammed! Only one!
Check in with me when you have a moment.
I got scammed, bro. Got scammed. 30, what's the math? 36, 40? 40? 40 after 80. So I'm getting a 50% drop rate on Azurn's reward right now. We've done 80 maps.
Can I help?
I think I've forgotten to use this for a while, actually.
It is ready.
Harvest Scarab doubling. Oh my god, that's worth so much right now. Holy.
With me. Hello, hello.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
I hate having to click this many altars. It's such a burden. I have to like stop what I'm doing, read the thing, then walk over there, click. When I could just be doing this. Really? One of these days his health pool might reset. There we go. I left a few mobs up by accident. That's okay.
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Approach, challenger.
I wish that ore, some of the ore, like, they just take too long to do. Veriserum ore mechanic. I'm glad they made it more convenient to do, but it's like so time consuming. I don't want to sit there and do that. Check the description of the stream on YouTube. You can find the POV there.
Stay sane, exile.
Everyone is simply using you.
Cost me my life to click that thing. Cost me my life to pick up that divine orb, maybe. No good mods.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Another shrine. Middle? What the heck? Is there a shrine like? Dude, what? Did I only pick up one shrine? When do we expect the PoE 2 economy reset? You guys think it's about 1 month away, maybe?
Good day. As expected.
I don't remember what this is worth. I guess it's more than the Nightmare map, barely.
Shifting, morphing, this is all stand. A reminder of the virtues of an agile.
Barley map. Your friendly charges, dude. I'd move the elegant hubris over here. I put impossible escape here. I could go transcendent. The strength version. This is actually 40 strength in range here. This one's outside of range. It's 10, 20, it's 40. Or wait, no, that's 50. Sorry. 20, 30, 50. Kind of the same as Transcendent Spirit.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's
On the
footsteps.
right hand side.
That alone should give you pause.
Light of Invigoration. With like nothing. I used to be the best scarab in the game like 4 leagues ago or something. No deadly orbs. Oh, this is already down to the last one. Only has 2 extra rewards. Unlucky.
Lose yourself
Terrible
in this
RNG.
thread and I cannot help you. Leave now.
Make you
Unless I care more about the reward at the end. Corrupted Unique? Oh boy, here comes the flicker. Yeah.
well.
Oh yeah, let me check. Oh, that's part of Flicker Strike too. There's that. And then there's this. I'll pick up the... What? I love picking up things and then it not actually picking it up. My favorite. Going so fast, game didn't know. Yeah, that's.
Greetings.
We'll go with that. I like that.
Go now.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here.
Approach, challenger. More Raycla, make
2 covetous shrines for the price of 1. Hard not to enjoy this when you're the one actually
I
piloting
am
it.
where I must be. You
It's pretty
are
fun.
not.
This is actually a pretty good showcase for like, I know some of you viewers are like mainly PoE 2 viewers, and you've probably heard of PoE 1 being like this game where everything is really fleshed out and the scaling is off the chart, and you know, you can take a certain kind of build to an outrageous extreme. And this is a pretty good example of a build taken to its extreme. What in the world? Fine, we'll do it the easy way. It's gonna be like this. Jesus. Great. This is the kind of map where I don't really want to spawn any Eldritch Altars because it's a ridiculous map. What is this map? What are the mods on this map? Three additional projectiles. One less recovery, maybe, I don't know. Ah, these mobs with additional projectiles are freaking nuts.
My mana
I have elemental weakness. That contributes a little bit, yeah. Your PoE DPS is 90 million due to no
There
plus
is no
frenzy
honor
rings.
in what you do.
Yeah, I think my PoE DPS is like 270 mil or something like that. So you'd be doing like a third of the damage I'm doing.
approach.
You can definitely still do the farm.
Ready for indecision is hard. Retreat.
dropping that same scarab.
What you perceive is not the same as what is.
To go back to playing two versions of Accuracy Stacker 2 leagues back to back in PoE 1. So what are you implying, that just the pacing is too slow for you in PoE 2? I kind of like that. Like that sort of back and forth. Dude, whirling slash attacks. Every time they've nerfed whirling slash, we've only gotten faster through means of other additional speed multipliers.
You've had a sail exile.
I don't think there's been a single league where it actually got slower, with the exception of going from 0.2 to 0.3 and at the extreme high end of accuracy stacking that existed in 0.2. I think that's the only real example of loss of speed.
Your sanity
Okay,
is
now
not
that doesn't
promised
count
to
though.
you.
Bugs don't count in that equation. Come on. I mean, you can't complain about bug speed. Honestly, I freaking hate that that existed, because it made everybody really sour to it, and people who are not big fans of whirling slash, that kind of mobility. Is that a sacred orb? Ooh, sacred orb. You know, it gave them a golden opportunity to shit on Twister for the all the wrong reasons. Because people were like, it was getting more attention than it should have got because of a bug. It's kind of stupid. I hate the kind of things that happen in this community where people like overreact about everything, and it's like this almost like, I mean, I talked about this in 0.3. It's like a brain rot about getting upset about things like builds being too strong, not strong enough on account of bugs, and then like they fix them, then you know, turning around and getting like shitty about them fixing bugs, like, oh, you know, it was really nice. I don't like that. I don't know, it just messes with people's heads.
What news? The thread is revealed.
Capping the Falcon dive notable. Yeah, I mean, I think they could have went a better way about that. Or these? I don't like how they did that. I agree it probably needed to be nerfed.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
I really don't like them changing like everything to percent increase as opposed to percent more, like losing all of the percent increase multipliers on, or percent more multipliers on the support gems. I would have rather them nerf the number a lot and then, you know, kept the multiplier, like make it like 10% more, go from like, they went from like 25% more to 35% increase. I would have rather them gone from like 25% more to 10% more. Because then you can, you know, have more interesting scaling vectors. Makes it more exciting to scale it in the end game. But you know, they're always thinking right, it's just like an ongoing issue of GG has to cater to like beginner players where, you know, because like if you're a beginner, you're gonna only in the beginning is like 35% increase attack speed, like a lot better than 10% more. Only in the beginning, like before you really even like figure out how to scale it. Pretty quickly at a certain point, you would rather have 10% more than 35% increase.
Stay sane, exile.
You sure you want to do? Trust me, you don't want to be in the sight stuff. Full retreat, stick. Time to fight. Oh, don't stop on me. Won't happen again.
Damnation? It's like 570 or something like that. 570 divine. Spent all your currency farming it before you finish the league. So you were losing currency every map,
Stay sane.
or on average? I guess with the ratios the way they were, they would have. Yeah, kind of would have happened to people, especially if they were farming it in the most expensive way possible, like divination chisels and all that. I want to get a Mage's Blood eventually. I've seen belts. I'm wishing I had a legit amount of rarity on. Rewards. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I'm farming it this way. There's no way in hell I can lose currency doing this. With the current prices, with the exact variation of strat I'm doing. I think even if the materials were twice as expensive, I would still make currency. Maybe.
Approach, challenger.
Visco's leash. You talking about me, my build? I would lose resistances if I put in Bisco's leash. I'm getting 22 all res from this jewel alone right here. This is 22 all res. Now I could have another one. Now if I really needed res, I would put 2 points here. You can put points here. You can put points here. You can put points here. Yeah, there's at least one needed too. Now there's actually a lot of ways to get resistances, but it's resistance starved in
Stay sane.
the not so obvious ways, you know. Like you have to think a little outside the box to realize that you actually have a lot of access to resistances. But if you're gonna take passive points, then you're sacrificing other things, of course. All res Abyss Jewels are actually really hard to roll. Like, you have to fracture that mod. It's the lowest weighting of everything. God. How many of these are there? Never-ending spawn of eldritch altars. Get another one spawn. Yeah, no, if you want to straightforward get more res, you run a Stygian Vice. You can get a huge amount of res with an actual belt and still have one Abyss Jewel at 100% effectiveness.
Sail, exile. $46. Oh yeah, yeah. I couldn't believe how much more damage you gave. It was like tilting, you know, like seeing that much more damage. Like what? Why I have to use it? Damn it! And knowing, and then realizing that I can actually make up for the lack of defensive stats. Like even, like if you have like perfect life rolls in there, then you still have basically the same amount of life as the freaking Hunter Influence with another life jewel in there. Freaking Darkness and Throne, OP, dude. More damage, same amount of life. What the heck? How can this be?
If I get the crab event, I definitely get that last.
What news?
The last daily reward. Ugh. You think this is the best version of Flicker Strike you've seen? Well,
Shifting.
I tried. I looked at a lot of Deadeye Flicker Strike profiles. That's what I looked at the most, actually. Even when I was trying to make Static Strike work. Like, Static Strike was me trying to go a little off the meta. Well, I mean, hell. Off meta, I guess. Giga off meta. But, you know, the meta version of the off meta setup is Flicker Strike. For good reason. I mean, you can see how crazy it is. Even if this build was a lot worse, it would still be crazy. If there's half as many frenzy charges, it'd be crazy. Even if I had a quarter of the survivability, which is what a lot of people are running with, it would be crazy. I was following a 600. Oh wait, you were running
These words
Flicker Strike?
are not yours.
Before I was? Like before I was doing any of this? Oh, okay, so you were looking at what I was doing and then it prompted you to try Flicker Strike instead of that. Yeah, I mean, this honestly deserves its own video. So, if you dig deep into the numbers and you try to do everything you possibly can with the unique body armor, here, I'll actually just pull it up.
What have you got for me?
Find it. With this is the body armor that all the Flicker Strike players are running with. And you can see it's like it's a tailor-made for a Flicker Strike build, basically. So it's got a decent amount of evasion. It's got massive increased gem levels. Massive increased damage, percent increased damage. Movement speed, attack speed. The ultimate glass cannon Flicker Strike body armor. So if you use this over what I'm using, you'll have more damage. Definitely more damage. Now, the really nice thing about what I'm doing is, especially if you can't fit in this for some reason, like, if you do that version with Unholy Trinity, you literally have to, like, put this gem in somewhere. But I actually don't even have to use it because I have that mod here anyway. I could support Trinity, so huge plus there. And this does give damage. The crit multi gives a lot of damage. The lightning gain is extra chaos, gives a lot of damage. And evasion, that's a lot more evasion. That's 3,400 instead of 2,200 or whatever. That gives more damage too through the Foulborn Dream Feathers, or Dream Feather in general. But this body armor only gives about half as much damage as the other one. Only if it's like one of these. Because I was looking at these. Okay. Like, I plugged one of these in. I mean, what? Obviously, you can just run +2 duration. That probably exists. Well enough, right? Yeah, okay. So you'll be probably wearing this, right? And this is you have to actually run, I think. Yeah, I think you have to run Val Flicker Strike, which means you don't get 2123, you only get 2120 at best, and that gem cost. That's the reason why 2120 Val Flicker Strike is like 30 divines, but 2123 Flicker Strike is like way cheaper, like 6 divines or something. Because it gives it the duration tag, and so therefore it's really good with this body armor. I believe that's why it costs like that. And so you can get 7 or 8 gem levels to Flicker Strike, plus the percent increased damage, and you still got some evasion. The thing is, this body armor also gives a huge amount of energy shield, which synergizes extremely well with this. And this ends up being like almost legitimately the same value as life with this setup. If you have a lot of evasion, it gives a higher amount of evasion. It gives Fortify. The other Flicker Strike builds don't have Global Fortify. They might have something like... They're not using Fortify in their main links, which would be a huge damage loss, actually. But I think, you know, I don't even know what they're doing with Fortify. I think a lot of them are running without Fortify, actually. Which is just crazy. When you have this access to it. And then, here's the big thing, though. Here's the thing. This body armor is actually way more damage than the other body armor because it's offset by the fact that you get all your resistances on here rather than trying to get them on your belt, which opens up the opportunity to run Stygian Darkness Enthroned with almost pure damage jewels like this. So when I cross-referenced it, like, you know, the two different setups like that, because I was trying to, like, see, okay, how much damage would my build have if I had their belt and body armor compared to my belt and body armor? Is there any way to, like, combine the best of both worlds? No, we can't get enough for it. You know, it's just a lot of this. And this is just way better. Because it's even more damage, or at least about the same amount of damage, plus Fortify, plus more evasion, plus a huge amount of energy shield. With recovery. Plus, the lightning gain is extra unlock Holy Trinity, which means you don't have to use this gem, or if you are using it, it's even more reliable. It's like, obviously this body armor is a lot more expensive to craft than that 300 Chaos body armor, but, you know, we're talking about people who are using rings like this, so, you know, this body armor is dirt cheap compared to these rings. And pretty easy to make. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, you also get Suppress. So I noticed a lot of the other Flicker Strike players, they're running with Spell Dodge and they have like almost no Suppress. Some of them aren't even taking this wheel. So like, they might be running Acrobatics or not Acrobatics, not even taking these points. They don't have Fortify, they don't have Spell Dodge. And then here's the goofiest thing of all. They spent a whole bunch of extra passive, like -10 all res on the Thread of Hope, like getting a whole bunch of, you know, not so efficient point allocations to try to get like, you know, the max 65 attack spell blocks, and then they're using like Elegant Hubrises that don't have block attack when, you know, you save so many points over here by mixing and matching this that you would like more than make up for the loss of damage and stuff. Without necessarily this particular seed either. Like, there's a lot of different ways to go about it, a lot of different seeds. So I mean, when I saw that, I was trying to imagine just how squishy those builds are. Like, what in the world? Their only defensive layer was basically some evasion, res capped, elemental res cap, probably not chaos res capped, and 65 attack and spell block, maybe like 10% spell dodge. And like, that's it. That is a giga squishy build. As opposed to me, I have permanent evasion cap as long as enemies are blinded. I have like 93% chance to evade without blind or something like that. And obviously everything's getting blinded really fast or dead. Then, you know, instead of just everybody has about 3,000 life. All of these POBs. You can't really set this up with a whole bunch more life. It's not convenient. So like I have basically the same amount of damage, but actually evasion cap, spell block with this attack and spell block cap plus spell dodge cap, as opposed to like nothing or not even spell suppress capped at all. And then fortify, like 100% reliable fortify on any combat situation. And it just made me realize that body armor was a huge bait, but like people don't realize it, I guess, because it's hard to look at a body armor like this and think to yourself that you should use anything else with flicker strike. It's like this body armor is meant to be used with flicker strike. So I mean, it's just people get, I guess, entrapped by what everybody else is doing, and they see, you know, an item like that, you must use it, must build around it. I've kind of been the victim of that sort of thing before too, but I try really hard to like look at other options. Like I got to thinking that this new helmet here, this helmet's not quite as strong as I originally thought, because I mean, it's pretty insane that you're giving up. So like if you have, let's say you have a normal helmet with 4 green sockets, well, you would have 1,300 flat accuracy off of the neck there. So you can already erase like a third of the value of this helmet right there. Then you can roll up to 600 accuracy on it, so that's 2,000. That's a total of 2,000 accuracy. So right there, just a magic helmet with 4 empty green sockets and a perfect accuracy suffix roll is half the value of this helmet instantly. And then you get like all of the, you know, the Eldritch implicits or the influence mods. You get the life, you get all the resistances, which you could work things around, do other different things. And so it kind of made me realize this helmet's not an automatic shoe-in for this build. Like, so, you know, I could sacrifice a moderate amount of damage and get way tankier build doing that. It's probably something I haven't really looked into it deep, but I probably should. I should look at all the different ways I could make a helmet into that. The more I play the game, the more I love well-rounded defenses. Yeah. You have the exact same seed. I'm just wondering why 10x in price. Oh, yeah. What would you say is the best build in the game? If currency doesn't matter? I can't answer that. I don't know all that much. 2,000 accuracy is just too hard to give up and you don't have mirrored rings. Sure, I guess, man. I guess. Yeah, the answer is probably a stacker build. I know Ethereal Knives is
Rid yourself of your
like the most
delusions. The Atlas cannot be studied,
popular,
only destroyed.
super high budget build this league, but is it the very best? Yeah, I don't know. Probably not. Chances are it's not. Skip that shrine, I guess. Give me them delirium orbs. Yum yum. I was looking at a dual strike potentially with like Paradoxica and stuff before I was looking at this build. That would have been obviously a more of like a solo or single target build. Okay, we got 46 in 120. Or 100 maps, sorry. 46 in 100 map.
Please do not make my mistakes your own.
VSOL. You mean static strike of gathering lightning or something else? Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's even more than that. Stacks up to 13 times the 30 quality. $13 times 8% more. Isn't that over 100%? Isn't it 100% more down? Like 105 or something? I guess it might be competitive with like Smite. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You just plug it in basically and do almost nothing else, right? Yeah. Yeah, if I go ahead and put back in a real support gem here and then swap that, look at this dude, and then swap that gem in, I basically double my damage. Smite Aura is disabled by spell. Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot about that, but that wasn't even like the main reason. Smite can double hit though, right? I was just thinking about like skills that can double hit.
Shifting.
I think those would be the only ones that can compete. Single target or something like dual strike maybe. It has a whole bunch of bonus tech in different ways.
Just wanna make your damn choice. Destiny or sorrow. All for me. Only one thing came from this battle. You
How much budget to get this build comfortable? I've been telling people about one mirror to make it feel strong. I mean, your definition of comfortable might be different, like maybe half a mirror. I had somebody say they tried to put this build together for about 100 div and said it still felt pretty good, which I believe actually. A lot of the gear is really cheap. But like you can't craft this body armor like this with 100 div. So probably gonna want more. Ooh. Like, I don't know, like, okay, so the boots are easy, because you don't, if you just sacrifice one suffix from these boots, they basically don't cost anything. The body armor, though, so obviously you don't do the tailoring orb. You don't run the special mod on it either. I guess you might be losing a suffix, and you know then it's not really worth that much. You don't have the 29% quality. Yeah, and then the rings. You know, you basically have the same rings except they have some junk mod instead of +1 max frenzy. Then they're really not worth very much. So that would be kind of what you would be looking at for like a really cheap version of this. It would still function surprisingly well, I bet. That's why I kind of want to challenge myself next league. I really like the idea of trying to make a league starter out of this, and I already love what I've come up with. Kind of more excited to give the league starter a test spin than, you know, this build. I think that, like, if that league starter, it works and it's viable, that's way more of an impressive build than this one. Because of the constraints that are on it, the budget constraints. And doing the taboo thing, like trying to accuracy stack on a budget. Like a really low budget. Question about the build. POB shows 90 attacks per second. Doesn't have a third of the damage. Server tic tac. No, that's built into POB. The multi-strike still works. If you want to see for yourself, you can simply remove the multi-strike gem and you'll see it'll go straight down to 33.3 attacks per second. So my understanding is that the multi-strike allows it over cap somehow. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's how that works. Spawned like right next to this. Oh, I couldn't make it. That's still a lot of juice, man. A lot of juice. Damn lag. This is the bad time to fail to click this. Ooh. Okay, stop lying to me. I killed every enemy here. Okay. Stand there in the same spot. Currency dupes. The currency dupes and Quan on this map? Like, if I was on a budget version of this build, no way in hell I would be doing this. Like a big old juicer wildwood on top of it, but like, that's the fun thing about this, is there's just so much damage that just doesn't even make any difference. Other than the fact that it lags, because that's what wildwood juice mobs does. It's basically the same map to clear. I thought it'd be more dangerous because monsters would be critting me. I have no special defense against crit. I don't need to worry about it that much in a regular map, but like a huge blue wisp map could be. Damn, I didn't get crap for loot though.
Hello? It is ready.
Well, I can tell we got something going on here. I hadn't even checked all stream long, but for this time of the league, what everything leading up to this
Stay
build
sane,
change, you got about
exile.
twice as many viewers as normal right now. I thought this stream would be a little more attractive than some of my previous ones. Between the mapping content and the build content. I've been doing this a while. I know what the people like. I know what they like to put on in the background. God, that's so... Now I get a puzzle box? Really? Now I do? What the heck, dude? Last map was the Wildwood map. What? I really do get a lot of tinks between the scarabs and the vinyl. The biggest thing that surprised me about this strat is just how strong putting on like 30 magic packs is. You might as well be using like a double effective bloodline scarab or something. And yeah, to what Not So Sane said on Twitch, when you are evasion capped,
Lose yourself within this thread and I cannot help you. Leave
like I don't care how much mitigation you have against attacks, when you are evasion capped, the biggest threat is spells. Like you should basically just put all your chips into spell defense against spells at that point. Like, you'll notice I'm not spending 2 passive points on Windward. Like I could put 1, 2. Hell, I would even get 4 Chaos Res and Dex. And I would get 4 Chaos Res and 5% accuracy by doing that. But I'm still not doing it. It's pointless. Attacks don't kill me. Virtually never. Between, you know, Fortify, Windward, 95% evasion. An attack is not killing me. It's spells. Spells every time. Especially on this strat. Especially on this strat. Like, Omniphobia over here, he's not a threat. Him and his big ass two-handed sword, it's not a threat. Quad Cloister. Grand Embers. No, that means I have to loot again. Ooh. Snap anyway. Thanks for the guidance off stream. Oh, you're welcome, dude. Yeah, you're the guy who was messaging me about. I know you're excited to play the build, though.
So something while
while you were gone.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
Even the static strike version. One sacred orb. How many divine orbs? 10? That seems about right. How many do we have now? 6 times 9. What's 6 times 9? Can't do math. 54. So bad I forgot that memorization there. I had to do 5 times 9 plus 9 in my head. Can't believe I forgot my multiplication table. I'm too old to forget that. That stuff was still important in school when I was in school. One cartographer. What? Those usually drop in copies of 2 or 3. What the fudge? Yeah, so what do you think of the Flicker Strike version? As a mapper. Maintain speed. I know. Can you handle the speed? If you're new to Flicker Strike, it will get you killed several times before you get used to it. You have to get used to it. Even if you're playing it kind of tanky, it's one of those things where it's just like, don't switch to Flicker Strike while you're in the middle of trying to level to 100 is what I'm saying. For the first time ever. Finish leveling to whatever level you're at, then make the switch. Die a bunch of times, figure it out. Okay, now I get it. I made the mistake of going 99.5, then making a swap, went all the way back down to 0.
You are not.
Couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle the speed. Too lazy to get that Eldritch Altar again. What level you can transition to? Oh, 95 is enough. Okay, so if you're not... Okay, like these are the last 4 points that I took. Or these 6 with like more suppressed tattoos. But definitely you just pull 4 points here. And besides that, you probably pull points out of life. Or no, sorry, you would pull mastery points, like the tincture mastery stuff and the offhand speed mastery. You pull those first. Yeah, so basically it would be these 4 points, followed by probably tincture master or tincture rune graft, weapon main speed, move rune graft, and then life after that. You have everything but the most expensive part. You can use the rarity tincture for this farm.
Can't you see? The deeper you go, the less of you will remain.
Sure, I mean, if you want to. I'm blanking out on whatever that is. Look at this thing hiding way back here. What rings can you sub for Precursor? You're supposed to run Precursor rings. Period. The only thing you might sub is like Mage Blood. Drop one ascent. You know, I didn't really take a deep look at this, but if somebody suggested maybe Mage Blood would be better than the third ring. I don't think so at the high-end budget, really, but at the sort of mid-budget range, probably Mage Blood with only 2 rings, and then I don't know what else you do with it. You would use a different bloodline to send it down. I'm not really sure which one. But there could be an argument for it, especially for the defensive side, because you could get, like, I could have, you know, 90 all res or whatever. 90 all elemental res Mage Blood setup. There's that socket bloodline, right? What's that? Socket bloodline?
The virtues of an agile.
Give you extra sockets? Holy, we synergize off that. Oh, per empty socket. Oh. Oh, right, like if you have nothing in your helmet. Well, see, here's the thing, like, it's for the helmet. I think it's for the helmet, body armor, and gloves. So we would only have one of those. Unless you didn't go this helmet, and just different helmet. Yeah, the body armor was like, don't take any extra damage from crits. I can't remember the other ones. They weren't that good. I thought that was really undercooked. Convert lightning to chaos? That's not actually going to increase your damage, though. Assuming you have at least one source of that. It would be good if you have, like, 0 sources of lightning gain as chaos, but otherwise, I don't think it's... Oh, I see what you're saying. The helmet doesn't have socket. Well, yeah, I should actually read back up on that. I'm going to look at it. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Could be. I'll glance at it. Doing it on Dunes. What is the name of that ascendancy? All? Precursors release. Cannot be stunned if you have a helmet equipped. If you have an equipped helmet with no socketed gems. Okay. Can't be stunned. Alright. Take no extra damage from crits if you have equipped gloves with no socketed gems. Okay, I was wrong. It was gloves. The action speed can't be modified below base value if equipped boots with no sockets. Oh, shit. Oh, you know what's interesting? That would unlock Arctic armor. Val Arctic armor. Val Arctic armor. Elemental ailments can't be inflicted on you if you have body armor with no socket on. Okay, so you can put everything on weapons. Yeah. You could have everything on weapons. So you would actually get all 3 of those. Right, and then put all gems and swords. Yeah. Yeah, so you could run Val Arctic Armor instead of the basically useless Herald of Ash that I'm running. You are immune to stun, which means you lose, which is like the primary reason I'm going Soul of the Brine King anyway, is for the stun block recovery and can't be stunned, because that's a lifesaver there. So can't be stunned is effectively saving you 50% increased accuracy is one way you could look at it. Because that's 10 tattoos, dex tattoos worth. Yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah, kind of like it. You wouldn't necessarily need a Quicksilver Flask with a Mage Blood either, which is kind of interesting. I don't know what utility flasks I would run. I could then run Progenesis even though. Jesus. Probably not. So it's stun immunity, action speed, base, no extra damage from crits for 1 ascendancy point, and we just automatically have it. Triple res and diamond. No, you don't need diamond. You already have. Well, okay, you maybe need diamond if you drop a ring. Yeah, maybe. Gold flask. Oh shit, jade flask. Put jade flask on maybe. Oh man. We get we get damage for evasion. Quartz flask. I think quartz flask might be good. Because that's more for spell dodge. But yeah, it'd probably be here's the thing, is it really that smart to run resistance flasks when you are not taking any damage as resistance? Like you're not shuffling damage around at all. I can get damage taken as on the implicit for the body armor only if I remove Fortify though. Progenesis? No, I don't want to freeze with all damage types, I don't think. You probably do have to run diamond. Let me see. I don't know. I kind of we can look at this. Play around with it. We don't have to finish this today. I would lose a bunch of evasion. No, it's cool. I wish I could somehow take both of those instead of only one. Wow, who bought this? Who bought this for 200 div? I was trying to craft an upgrade. This is a freaking. I thought about wearing this one over my current. Somebody paid. It's one of you guys paid 200 divines for this. It is a crazy jewel though. I mean, fuck. Caught. I'ma flip it. From 200 to 400, I don't know, what are you doing? I've never seen anybody pay that much for jewel. I actually forgot about it. I just threw it up there like, I don't know. I had been investing a lot of currency into trying to craft some more of those, but they're such a pain in the ass to craft. Even with the all flame crafting. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break and we'll look at this mage blood stuff. All right. I guess I'll update. 2 extra Azuran's reward. Well, I either do it on stream or off stream. Might as well do it here with you guys. See what this looks like. Alright. This is my POB as it currently sits. 576 million. This is with perfect gear, not my gear. But mine is pretty close. Perfect gear not including the... Perfect gear with the exact rings that I have currently on anyway. You missed your necrotic? Yeah, I missed my necrotic base earlier. I remember that. I remembered it like 2 maps later. Whoops. So that was definitely a several divines. At least it wasn't 30%. Oh my god, that would have been really bad. Okay, so the point of contention here is what happens if you don't take an extra ring slot and instead of wearing Darkness and Throne, which you would lose a lot of damage there too, you run Mage Blood. How much extra survivability can you get? It would be sacrificing a lot of damage for a lot of survivability. Potentially. So here's the starting point. I gotta remember 10k max fizz hit, 470k effective hit. I mean, everything's capped here. 576 million. Let's see how much damage lost when we do that. So first thing we do is remove this ring. Boom. I'm sorry, what? It went half my damage? Half my damage. Nuh-uh, that's not half my damage. What is this? It can't be that good. Half my Alright, well we found our answer, guys. The answer is don't go Mangela. Half my damage. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know if I can handle that. Yeah, my crit chance got lost. Yeah. Yeah. Quick chance. Yeah, I can make up for a lot of the quick chance loss. That's crazy, though. Hold on, I gotta check this. What happens if I were to corrupt one ring? Well, it's not that insane. Didn't, like, double my damage. Still kind of wild, though. Like 70% more damage or something. Woo! Alright, well, gotta work it through. Probably am going Diamond Flask. $289, alright. And then we're gonna lose this too. Oh my god, under 189. Oh, crippling. Shit. Dude, my effective health pool got shattered too. Not evasion capped anymore. Alright. I can drop all these flasks. It's not that big of a deal. I kind of really like the Doidris flask though. I'm losing endurance charges doing this. Oof. Which one is all? Where's all? On the left. Grace is 50% aura effect. 15% increased defense is pretty hot. Boom. No, Val Arctic armor. I lost block cap? What? Why, sir? Alright, I'm pretty sure one I'm gonna make is Jade. Full Jade package. Should add a bit of damage back. And survivability. Jade. Ooh. Yeah. A little bit. That's more than doubled my evasion. Kind of a chance to avoid to be shocked and storm whatever jewel too, if you want. But I feel like it's a lot smarter to path down here and just take this. And you can get your power charges two ways. Either the Doider's Flask or on kill with Assassin's Mark. Oh. It's all green? Yeah. You know, I'm going to be susceptible to Flask mods now. Flask effect mods? Oof. Alright, let's see how necessary this is. Hopefully I don't have to run Diamond. And then just run like a crit suffix. Oh, wow, that doesn't even cap me. Yikes, I didn't expect it to be that bad. I don't know, maybe I don't know. That would I run here? Crit implicit. I'm not going double. You still have to go +1 max frenzy on the gloves. Get a shock immunity. Oh, what? Maybe this. One's gonna run Bismuth. Maybe don't have to. Anything other? Is there any other like big brain stuff I can do with the resistances here? Because I don't really think so. Amethyst? Possibly, but I still have 69. Is it good about Bismuth with Progenesis? I don't really think I want to run Progenesis on this build. Am I going to give up the tincture? See about Stimulant. You get shock immunity here, or ignite immunity. We'll go ignite immunity. There's a lot of extra evasion. I mean, this is like the highest. Well, I guess not the highest DPs I could do. We're like sulfur here. Yeah, I don't think it's worth more than this, considering I would lose more accuracy. Oh, Stivenant's not enchanted. Hmm. Well, that's kind of the mostly focus on damage setup. I don't understand what happened to my spell block. My Darkness Enthroned had nothing but block on it. The other Ascendancy had nothing but block on it. I didn't adjust the tree at all. Did my ring have block on it? One of them did, but not. No, it's still there. Yeah, this is the setup. The other one wasn't block, it was evasion. I don't know. Recently blocked? No, it's not been set. You lost charge, so -4 from rings anyway. -4. What do you mean? The charge? Charges give you block? No, I have that set up. I had it before. I have it right now. I have a double block on frenzy charge. I didn't change the block on rings. The third ring had +1 frenzy, How does a frenzy charge give you? Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, okay. No, no, okay, my bad. Yeah, duh. Okay. No, duh. Yeah, of course. It's per frenzy charge here. My bad. Yeah, that would explain it. God, I lost attack speed, crit, and block chance. What the fuck? Guys, this is only like a third of the damage that I had already, and my effective health pool has gone down. I did totally get evasion cap back though. Or wait, no, I didn't. Wait, why is my evasion not capped? But it was before. What? Sure. Oh, Grace isn't on. I guess. Oh, what the fuck? Oh wow! Look at this. It wasn't on. 90,000 evasion. Went from 200 to 280 million DPS. Yo, that's Stibnit. That's Stibnit though. Oh man, this setup is. Imagine evasion stacker. I'm evasion stacker, guys. Just go all in this mod. Evasion. Frenzy charge. Wait, why is my block up again? I got some of my block back, but not all of it. Oh, this is what happened. Guys, this is what happened. It's here. +1 to maximum frenzy charge while affected by Grace. I didn't have Grace on, so I was also missing another frenzy charge at the time. That's what it was. Thus more block damage stuff. So now I'm actually close to crit capped. Now, and okay, I no longer need these. Saving passives. Accuracy. Thank you for doing this. I would love to use my mage, but okay, well, I don't know if I'm committing to mage blood or not. Only need one tattoo. Yeah, I need one suppressed tattoo. Learning enough that it can. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so now it is at half DPS, because we were at 570 mil before, so we're right at half of what I was before. Floating resistances. The block, the block I can make up for, obviously. Let me just do it right here. Done. Why do I have extra fire res? Oh, mage blood, yeah. Hmm. Mhm. Loading cold res. This setup would be easier with a corrupted max frenzy ring because like you could roll a pure cold roll on this body armor. So like in the future, if you were to corrupt off your ring, you lose 60 cold res. And you could easily make up for it by just keeping the lightning res. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, this is like dream come true stuff, but their tech to get 6 right colors on body. Oh, it's kind of impossible to go 3 red and 3 green on this. You would probably want to have cannot roll blue sockets as an enchant. It would be really expensive to hit that. It's like 8% increase explicit defense mods, and then it also says cannot roll blue sockets. Can you try 224% instead of +1 just to compare the damage? Yeah. 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 If you would lose the block. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. But I can go in and edit it if I can find it. Yeah, 531 mil. It's like double damage almost. Cripples the block though. You'd have to probably do this. If you lose the max frenzy instead. Oh, it'll be way less. Huh, well actually better than I'm surprised that comes out higher damage. Part of that's because it wasn't crit capped. I feel like that's its own separate multiplier. So I wonder if POB is even right with that. That seems so weird. Double accuracy is that good, huh? Hmm. Got more EHP now. Oh, 83,000 max fizz hit, guys. Yikes. Okay. Ooh. Down to 8,000? What happened to my life pool? I lost so much life off the Darkness and Thrones. I lost so much life. I have to get it back. Oh no. Oh god. Permanently under 3,000 life. Ew. Not good. I guess go power charge. The evasion is crazy, dude. 90,000 evasion. $402% increased damage off the Foulborn Dreamfeather mod there. 83,000 accuracy. I mean, it loses max fizz hit, so like, you know, you probably do want to run Progenesis. That still brings it back to less than the other setup. And now you have to use a flask. It's cheaper mage blood though. You drop the tincture, that's a third of the damage. More than a third, actually. I guess it's somewhere around the ballpark of what I figured. The awkward thing is, I mean, I guess one of the most convenient things about it is that it basically just totally solves your resistance issues. So, like, if you're someone who had to take extra resistance points, you wouldn't have to do that. Not anymore. I don't know. What do you guys' opinion about that? Again, losing 3 endurance charges too. I don't see a major upside. Well, alright, so you take no extra damage from crits. That is pretty strong. Especially if you're doing any kind of Wildwood stuff. Or Wisp stuff. Action speed can't be reduced below base, which I don't even think really matters, except for Valarctic armor, which would be like an ultra tank cooldown you could use. Mage Blood is ironically the budget setup. Feels weird, man. We have 35 chaos. 35 over cap chaos. Yeah, that is freaking weird, dude. It's kind of awesome, actually. uh, How come my cold TS 28 replica heat shiver and regular heat shiver have the same damage? What? Because you didn't toggle freeze on, probably? I don't know. I don't know how you get more tanky except like what you gonna do? Sacrifice all of these for like Ruby flat? Like you could get, you could go the max res route. It just seems kind of dumb though when you're not converting any damage over to resistance damage taken. The Jade Flask is crazy strong. You really don't want to drop that. I feel like so maybe night immunity on one. Oh, it's not even 90 already. It's only 84. I know what I know what, guys. Look, we can. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll get like all the resistance on the Mage Blood Flask, and then we can switch over to the glass cannon body armor with +7 to skills of Flicker Strike and make up the damage thing. Because we lose all our res mods. I got a quartz flask now. Can't be stunned already. I guess movement speed. I don't know. Oh, crit chance. Yeah, we gotta get crit chance. Doy. Hmm. You can get some damage reduction. Take fizz damage. Like you can get 8% fizz damage reduction on the body armor. I guess. EHP is so bad. Dude. Mm. Oh, it's his spell dodge. That's why. I don't know. It didn't come out as good as I hoped. I think in regular gameplay, I think that you cannot be stunned is legitimately strong here. Again, that's worth at max. That's worth 50% increased accuracy. I don't think you'd really need that mod if you have like, especially if you're running Brine King Pantheon. I don't think it's that big of a deal. You already have an evasion chest. Or energy shield chest. Take no extra damage from crits is really the only thing here that's very strong. Resonating and impenetrable. Impenetrable? Yeah. Resonating shot. Bro, is that for real? Is that real? Like, is it just +1 all? Max charges? God, that's so crazy. Charge stacker with that belt. I didn't even think of that. Alright, well. I tried. Four seven two. Oh, I want to look at something here. Ah, 'Conduit? Yeah. Mhm. 42 to 51. 339 to 203 mana. I mean, that's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. I don't even have this anymore. This should be good. Boom. A lot of damage. How much was I at? 570. What was the number before? 570? All right, I gotta do behind the curtain work here. Can't be having snipers. You guys know what I'm doing, right? I probably already have the right seed, actually. Yeah, I had a bunch. I gotta check. Some elegant hubris seeds. Already buy. You can't buy. You don't know what I'm looking at. You don't even know what I'm looking at. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. No way. Block attack damage. I gotta have one of these. Oh yeah, there is one really good one. Hmm. Does it exist on trade though? Oh, there's one good one for this. I think I have it, but I don't remember. I definitely haven't worn it in a while. Alright. Somebody's in there. Somebody's probably like using AI to track off the reflection of my glasses exactly what seat I'm buying. Can somebody see the seed number I'm putting in here? No. Oh god. Oh bro. Bro, there's two of them for less than 10 div. There's actually 5 of them and 2 of them for less than 10 div. I might already have it though. I change these like every other day anyway. It's not that big of a deal. I change them all the time. But you never know when I'm gonna like sit on one, you know, for the rest of the league. I think that's it. I gotta check it in POV first. I just need to make sure it's good. I lost so much chaos res doing this. Maybe worth. Let's see here. 10140, I think. Why is that so much more damage? Why? Why is that so much better? What? This game is crazy. This game is effing crazy. I don't get. That's nuts, dude. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Well, I still need to. I gotta lose accuracy to do this, but actually, I didn't double check that. This could be harsh. Lose so much damage. I think I'm actually gonna go below crit cap. Or no, I gained a bunch of accuracy, right, because of the pathing anyway. Huh. It's funny. Oh, okay. 99.77 crit chance. 645 million DPS. Same life. Same EHP. Slightly less EHP, I guess. Apparently. Oh, because I lost the evasion per mob, but the damage per evasion mob. Still pretty good. This is effectively the same power as before, except it substitutes out one. Oh, it's, yeah, I forgot about this. Damn. I forgot about the point to actually. $570 million. Wait, that might be worse. It's almost the same. It's like so close. What? Okay, well.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So what this does is, if I'm mentally prepared to pull the Herald out, because it didn't really mean anything, I can get Supreme Ego for double 40% more evasion. I lost the modifier that was here, gave me 8% evasion per frenzy charge. This basically gives all that amount back that I lost, essentially. And this is double damage per frenzy charge, plus a 40 crit multi, and the block is here. It's an extra 7 passive points. There's also gains 20% increased accuracy.
What have you got?
But I don't think it's actually... I think it might be worse, because I think it's like barely worse. Because basically it leaves everything the same. I lose on the mana pool. So I lose some of my mana. And I lose like... I lose 20 Chaos Res. So from 68 to 48. I also lose 13 movement speed. This is baking in the idea of, and then have to use more suppressed tattoos. I would gain an implicit. Yeah, you lose all. No, the damage just comes out about even though. No, that's with that in mind. The damage is about even. Losing this though. Conditional damage is about even, but non-conditional damage is increased marginally. Marginal increase in evasion, marginal increase in constant damage, moderate loss of chaos res. That's with the jewel already in here. But well, yes, I could do something else with the jewel potentially. I didn't actually check, but let me see what one of these searching eyes does in here. Yeah, it's actually slightly better. This came out to like the same. Yeah, so okay, so if I put this jewel in here, like another copy of it, It's better than Transcendent Strength by like a tiny bit on damage, but it also you get the max life too. Oh, and you get the phasing actually. Shit, I didn't think about that because then I can move the phasing out because I don't need 2 copies of it. That is actually kind of interesting. Because it's kind of lame to have your phasing on kill duped, you know? That's a dumb mod to have duped, right? But it you can't really get way more damage on the 5th modifier. So this is kind of like the default option. Because this is a bunch of crit multi. Since we have 50 strength in range. It's not as powerful as this is here. But it's still a lot of crit multi. And I'm missing crit multi too. So crit multi is extra premium right now if I'm not using increased critical damage in here. So this is a totally valid setup that I think is almost on par with, it's really close. Wait, somehow I have more life. Why do I have more life? Oh, I didn't actually think about it, but that unlocks these 3 here. But I don't really have the, like, I have to have this here, I have to have this somewhere. An opportunity to get another implicit over here too. The blue dream comes out to about the same amount of damage. This is transcendent flesh, so transcendent flesh would be the way to go there. Yeah, it's interesting. There are some other options that are really good here. I think this is probably the best for, especially just for 3. Yeah, nothing beat this for like a 3, or 4, including the pathing one. If you need block, there's nothing that beats this damage-wise. This one up here did have some options that were interesting though, like one of these, a crit 1 frenzy damage per frenzy charge, 1 crit multi, had like a 10% life and a 37 chaos res here, which makes up for that loss. And then it had I think a block as well. So it had like 5 useful mods or something. Oh, I think it had like 80% lightning damage with attacks, that mod. But not as efficient with the point allocation. I feel bad, like I really want to take advantage of this. But I mean, you just don't have the passives to spare. The guy just high strung on too many mandatory passives, basically. I'd be pulling life. I'd be pulling life to get life. An average of 8% to get what, like 4, 5, 10? No. But something is off, because I have more life than I'm supposed to have. Oh, I know what it is, because of this. Yeah. Usually hits in one hit. Lol. I'm failing. 3,200 is still more than I had. What? What is this? My character has more weapon swap. Oh. Okay. Fuck, dude. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Jesus Christ, there's no wrong weapon set. I can't see partially because of the overlay, but yeah. I'm blind. I'm blind. Anyway, if you can't afford this seed and there are any of these left, this is a pretty good seed. That's I mean, pretty much on par. It's just missing spell dodge.
What have you got?
Could play with this for a little while and then look at it again later.
I'll put the word out.
How many suppress? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10? 10 suppress? Damn. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
The Merry League. All in order. I'll let you know.
I guess since I'm doing it, I'll just go ahead and play with this version.
Can I help? As expected.
Another Valdo box. Oh yeah.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
They all have bloodlines or something? Like all of the monsters on the map have the same mod. Feels about the same. There might have been something there that I overlooked.
Shifting, morphing, expanding. A reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
Oh, actually. Oh, actually, I think it's worse because... Hold on, let me... yeah. Okay. It is a little worse because I was comparing a removal of Herald of Ash with without the proper comparison. So like getting that empty green socket. I didn't compare empty green socket to empty green socket. I compared like you have it something in there and then you don't on the other one.
Approach, challenger.
Okay, quick. Somebody asked me once about a Dorn setup. See, I hadn't considered that. Is it possible that it could be an Adorn setup for this accuracy stacking? I didn't really look to see if that was... Wait, why is there... Oh, I missed the Wildwood. I didn't even do it. Got to do it. Whoops. Bestial body armor and helmet. Okay, okay.
The more you aid him, the more harm you
Wait, how do
bring.
you get +1 max frenzy on rare gloves? That's some serious ulting gear, dude. Alva? Oh my god. Oh, that. Yeah. Okay. What in the world? Guys, I don't want this many Eldritch Altars to click. Too many. I guess I'm stunning that boss. Enshrouded corrupted gloves that are +2. Can you make Templar +2 Templar Warlord
Abandon this fool's
influence
errand, I beg
gloves.
of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Bruh. Bro, that might be better than mine. It might actually be better than mine. And they only cost a mirror plus fee or whatever.
Go on then.
Actually, it's not likely to be better because where the hell am I going to make up the crit loss? I would lose so much crit chance. Yeah, actually. Well, they probably would have flat crit implicit on them as well. They almost certainly would be. They have culling strike too. Actually, the culling strike that would increase my damage too, because I could put points elsewhere. Oh shit. Why? Is this... So I can't mark him? Oh, monsters steal charges on hit. Wait, why am I running this map? I'm not even supposed to run this kind of map. Oh my god, I forgot the regex is out, I guess. Oh shit. Nice. Conditional call that the enemy is marked. I don't know why mark doesn't work.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape. The Brine King Pantheon is freaking huge. I'm like never getting, I mean, I don't even feel like I'm getting stunned at all anymore. Because I get stunned once, and you know, when I die from stun, it's never a single stun. It's always like, you're stunned, you got caught, now you're like getting stunned 7 times in a second and you're dead. Or something.
It is ready.
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Such a comfy farm, guys. Might be able to stomach this for 500 to 1,000 maps. I don't know about 1,000. $3,000 minimum. I mean, sure, if I want to get proper regulated results. True.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
But indecision is
You wait for science. You mean do it for your pleasure? For your scientific pleasure? Call it compromise.
a swift
Ooh. I got a teeth. Or ramping. Ramping.
Each step you take binds you tighter to the ruin we sought to escape.
Flicker, okay. Yeah, we flickering now. I'm playing the most meta, off-meta version of this build now. I joined the hype. The flicker hype.
The Atlas twists all fates. Be gone from here.
You are in a cult now. Hey, I was already in the Flicker cult. In PoE 2, 0.1. I was the Flicker Strike man. I was the guy, the Flicker Strike monk. Then I left the cult and joined the Twister cult. Which I don't regret, by the way. Sorry, not sorry.
My mana is gone.
I sign up. Well, I believe you just pull your wallet out and pay GGG. What is it now? 25 bucks? Get a key. If you haven't bought like hardly any MTX in your life, I guess. I didn't click that portal. Get out of here. It's so satisfying getting those deli orbs just pop out like that.
Abandon all pretenses and save yourself while you still can.
Probably should have taken double quant altar, huh? Yeah, well. I thought that said Divination Scarab. MD Extreme has rated the dude. What up, man? Fancy seeing you here. How you doing, dude? Somebody mentioned your name in my chat earlier today. In reference to this build, or like frenzy stack, yeah, accuracy stacking. I said you were the guy. I had no idea. Huh. Give a shout out to MBX Streams. God, such a long time content creator in PoE. Awesome dude. We are just doing some Damnation card farming on a build that's, dare I say, pretty good at it. You kind of got to see the tail end of one map there, but yeah, it's kind of, I guess this is kind of your typical accuracy stacking Deadeye. Brand new helmet this league, gives you a huge amount of flat accuracy. And the Foulborn Dream Feathers are kind of new a couple leagues ago. That made Deadeye a lot more viable. I suppose Juggernaut, because of the % more accuracy per frenzy charge, so we're stacking frenzy charges. and accuracy and evasion to a certain extent. Not doing the typical accuracy stacking body armor. Got evasion cap, spell block cap, conditionally. Spell dodge cap, 100% of the time. 3k life. Type exclamation POB if you want the actual best up to date. That link is a little old. And I found out Ghost Dance is amazing with this. Some pretty cool tech with Doedres. Flask. Oh yeah, earlier. A couple leagues ago, we got the Bloodlines. Third ring is really big here. So this auto procs Ghost Dance, which auto procs the full, like basically when I take a hit, I get like 1300 energy shield, which is full energy shield, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I think this is a really strong version of Flicker Strike, but I'm actually a novice at this skill. I'm a bow Andy, in case you didn't know. Some of you guys probably don't know that. I typically play bow build, but not right now. Not right now. We'll do some more maps. This is a sample size of 200. I don't know if I'm going to get all 200 done today. I don't think so, actually, but I think I'm going to run at least 20 more. At least. Especially when we had a raider stop by. I'm doing a variation of this farm that does not involve originator maps or chisels. So it's 8 mod corrupted. I'm picking up deli orbs, actually investing somewhat into that instead of like Beyond or Abyss or anything. We're still going for like basically all in, focusing on the Divination of Plenty monsters with Bismuth Ore, Covetous Shrine, and yeah, just hoping those things lined up, and then using this Flicker Strike character to just blaze through the map super fast and just kind of quantity over quality. And grab like I got the little crabs thing. I can get the ghosted if I want. Oh, here's the Bismuth Ore. Awesome thing about Flicker Strike, so easy to just run past enemies without killing a bunch and get all the really good stuff before I start killing. And now run back. Delimir's already about to start moving, but I can kind of pause it here by just doing that. That'll hold it for a minute. I'm not actually going to run the Blight though, because monsters don't really drop anything. And the point is to do this map like really fast. Yeah. That's about it. 8 deli reward rounds. Each chance of getting the deli orbs. Just one on this one. They're worth so much this league. And the simulacrum splinters.
Exile.
It's a memory vaults per hour strat too, I guess, indirectly. Valor box. There it is. Not bad. Rinse and repeat.
The more you aid him, the more harm you bring upon him.
This thing is so hard to click, dude. Oh, Bismuth organ. What? Duped fracturing orb? Jesus. Got caught looking. Looting is pretty dangerous near these mobs. I can still... They can't one-shot me, but like, if I get hit by like 10 projectiles at once, that can do it. I leveled from 99 to 100 with this exact stratum build though, so pretty happy about that. I feel like it's decent survivability. There's so many of them. So hard to loot. I'm not even gonna grab that other one. Screw it. Using this card to track. You only die when you mention you don't die much. Yeah, that checks out. I made a video on this version of the build, but not with Flicker Strike. So I was using Static Strike of Gathering Lightning, doing like boss rushing. It was crazy strong gem for single target. Decent at clear. Still really good at mobility. But I need to come out with an update on that. Because like, I've already swapped the body armor and now I'm running Flicker Strike. I don't think many people know about that much about this archetype. I didn't know that much about it. Oh man, outran the mirror. Or I didn't start it, one or the other. Probably outran it, yeah. Ouch. That hurts. I don't usually do that. You always wonder why I live in Japan, work with them? It's definitely not wife. Girls are nice though, you know? They are. Yeah, it's just a combination of things like when I was in my early 30s. When I was in my mid-20s, this idea kind of came across to me from my best friend at the time, and he was more into the idea than me. Like, he was like otaku kind of guy. And so it was always in the back of my mind, and then later in life I didn't have a whole lot going for me. I was like a server at a restaurant. I didn't like what I was studying in college. I just didn't really see a future there that I was gonna be happy with anyway. And you know, eventually I was trying to like come up with different things to possibly do. And I remembered that time back when this was something we were kind of considering, not all that seriously, but I revisited the idea, started researching a frickin' ton about it. And yeah, eventually did it. Dang, we missed blue. My friend actually ended up going to Taiwan years before me. I did visit him. He's already gone back to the States, where we're from. Well, he went to a different state. He did a better job than me as far as like gaining special skills. Like he's it's like a I can't remember exactly what he is. A bilingual engineer, I think. Some kind of engineer. I didn't get any skill like that. I never ever really found anything that I was like deeply interested in doing. Probably would have made a decent video game developer, actually. Ironically. But, like, you know, if I had actually studied for that. Maybe, I don't know. Let's do some frenzy charges there. Oh, right, those wisps. Pretty sure Japan is way better than the US. I mean, there are many things that are great about this place, yeah.
Shifting, morphing. A reminder of the virtues of an agile mind.
I think there's a lot of skepticism about Japan's place in the world as far as like business is concerned. I think that's the toughest thing about it. Like they got a lot of issues. Population crisis is crazy here, and the business culture is only a shadow of its former self with like the tech industry and all that. I feel like I'm gonna die if I try to loot that diviner. What? No. Bro.
Do not belong here. Shifting.
What is MBX doing? Is he playing PoE 1? I confess I haven't seen his stream in a while. I'll definitely have to take a look at it again though. Looking forward to the announcement on Thursday. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I think PoE 2's been on the shelf for a little bit now. Nice to bring it back, dust it off. Although some people would probably prefer I stay here and do 3,000 Damnation matches. Accuracy stacker jug and Thought-born hand of thought and motion in stacker. Oh, okay, there you go. So it's hybrid in accuracy stacker. That's valid. I mentioned that these swords made jug obsolete, but I mean that only applies if you're using these swords. Like if you're using different weapons, and obviously not. Does he like always play stacker builds? I mean, somebody said, I don't remember who it was. Somebody said, well, I had actually asked. I asked the chat, are there any streamers who are like well known for a build like this? Because I wasn't aware of anybody. And somebody said maybe MBX stream. And I was like, really? Accuracy stacking jug was meta in Keeper's League. I mean, I'm assuming Foulborn Dreamfeather has never been meta at all. Like, it's obvious that a very small number of players are actually playing it right now. I didn't check like the history of it. I can't imagine this helmet improving any archetype more than accuracy stackers though. That must be bigger for accuracy stackers than anybody. Particularly non-attribute stacking accuracy stackers. Because, you know, that would compete with the rolls on the jewels or the helmet, you know. Alright, let's see how many cards we got. I forgot I'm now on somewhere around map 130. And 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 68. Was that helmet new unique? Yeah. This helmet, you know, 300 accuracy is a lot of accuracy for one jewel. Very strong. Quad up on these, and it's not even all that hard to get over 100,000 accuracy on this build. You can do it on about 2 mirrors or less. I'd have the extra ring. Nameless Ascendancy. Bloodlines. Extra ring for no utility flasks. we just got done swapping that out for something else and getting Mage Blood in the build, but like it's not even better. Apparently that one extra ring is fucking insane. I couldn't even like really do better with the defenses, which was crazy. That was the hardest thing to believe. I couldn't do much better. Oops. I've invested about 4 mirrors into this, but some of the gear you probably can't copy very well. Certain pieces. The rings are the hardest things to get, but you don't have to have these exact same rings. You can work things around. And you can, you know, not have +1 max frenzy rings, and you're still okay. Still a lot of power. Oh. Precursor emblems, yeah. Feels like you can do just as good as while corrupting +1 life roll magic rings. That's not the only roll that's important. Percent increase accuracy for frenzy charge is huge, and even some other stats are good too. Besides, the ring itself gives +5 maximum energy life. The precursor ring itself also gives life. But I don't know, I mean, it's an interesting thought, I guess, and I hadn't considered it. I'm pretty sure you'd be let down if you popped that. Expensive as heck. Well, what you do is you buy rings that don't have +1 max frenzy. Like, they'll have a 1 accuracy roll, and they'll have like energy shield, or rather evasion per frenzy charge. They'll stack stats per frenzy charge, but you just won't have the max frenzy charge there. But you, like, even if your rings have 0 max frenzy charge, you still have 9 frenzy charges. You still have 9. Like, you still get a lot of value out of that. A lot of people, even in the chat here, are running this build without any max frenzy on rings and performing pretty nicely for them. Where's my damnation? Ganny. Where is it? Was it the next run?
Good day.
Did you get the run count wrong? Actually, I don't even know if this is worth more than a Valdo. No, they're about the same. Oh, is it this run? Is it this run now?
Abandon this fool's errand, I beg of you. If you do not, only ruin awaits.
Whoa! It's next run every time until you get it. That, that's some serious voodoo right there, man. You pulling on me. This guy. And source trust me, but well, I mean, shit, like that's... So what if I go to bed? Is it just, is it like the next run when I come back on stream? Is that how this works? Flicker strike without flicker strike. What do you mean? I'm using flicker strike.
There is no salvation to be found here, only the gradual undoing of all that you are.
Is Flicker Strike the only mobility skill allowed in a Flicker Strike build? Were we not allowed to leap slam around? You know, to kind of control the character a little bit? Just a little bit. Had a little bit of control. Should I participate in ExileCon? I would, but I missed the window of opportunity to buy a ticket, so... in case anybody didn't know, I don't have any real leverage to GGG to like, hey, can you give me a slot for an ExileCon ticket? And I'm not exactly gonna make a young Y-Doc style video, as awesome as that was. It's not really in the cards for me.
You cannot master the Atlas. No one can.
The problem is I don't have a lovely wife to hold the camera for me. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Where does the exit to this go? What the frick? Am I getting trolled right now? Oh well. Whatever. Oh, found it. Eggs. Alright, get out of here. Garbage. Wildwood. No goodies on this map. See it on the next few rounds too. Alright, that's now okay. I wasn't sure before, but now I know you're bullshitting. Alright. Haha. Ha. No. I got your number. Mid T, thanks for the third re-upped sub. Not respecting your sources. Alright. I only got 2 frenzy charges. Like I ran out of mana. What is this? I can't mark an enemy today or what? What is making them immune to marks? Is it like the over 100% less effective curses on them or something? What? What is this? Jug more damage with this build? No, it's definitely not. No, not if you're using these weapons. Do I join ExileCon this year? So I was just asked that a second ago. I don't have a ticket. And I can't get a ticket. Alright, I mean, I'm not gonna take a scalp ticket or whatever, but they're not selling tickets. Anybody know if they're selling tickets again? I can buy one. I always miss the opportunity to buy one. They sell out immediately. And I'm not like, you know, waiting by the PC for it to release. Berserker with Undeniable? I don't know. I don't know Berserker well enough. I highly doubt it. Siege Axe. It's 30%. 30%? Aha. It's worth like 60 chaos. Wow. Siege Axe wielder's eating good. Strike skills also target previous location or use. I don't know, man. That sounds halfway decent. I think the ancestral greater Or Ancestral Call, sorry. Yeah, Greater Ancestral Call. I feel like that is just like more power than... more than enough power. You go back to your timeline. Alright, thanks for visiting this side of the multiverse. Have a good, safe trip. I'll keep bargaining with Dormammu to give me his Damnation card every run. No, I keep forgetting to use one. Yeah, I forgot to use one last run, and I just forgot again. I'm supposed to be using them. But it's hard, you see. It's hard to remember. That really comes to market? No, I came to take. I came to take what's mine. Got 3 cards on him. The tracker card was one of them. Are we damned yet? No. Alright.
Yes, yes.
I remembered.
It is ready.
What? Ooh. Any of these, maybe? You know you guys get a stack of 20 Delirium Paranoia Scarabs. That's freaking crazy.
What you perceive is not the same as what is. I'm so mad at those Abyssmen back there. Damn, dude, we're adding 8? 70? Dropping that card a lot now. Hmm.
ratio? I actually don't know what the ratio is, but I thought it was... I think I thought it was better than it might actually be. I need to do research on it. I find it hard to believe that it's that bad. I don't know, maybe. Well, I thought, I mean, Red Vial's personal sample size suggests, and it's not the greatest sample size in the world, but I mean, it is probably the best one that we have, just in terms of, you know, a streamer's own tracking.
You are not conquering the act.
His was 101 to 1. Or, sorry, 110 to 1. 110 to 1. But I'm gonna, like, I think I'm just gonna ask him if he comes on to stream at all next couple days. You got very, very lucky. Yeah, okay, well, alright. So you say you got very, very lucky. How do you know that? Like, where is the data to suggest that he's very lucky? Okay, your own personal anecdote against that, okay. Want any more? Line them up. I really want to play this build, but the ring is too expensive. Use a ring with no +1 max frenzy. It's not going to kill the build. And then work towards it. You talking about? Were you talking about red vials?
The more you aid him, the more harm you bring upon him.
A fresh tag.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could whitelist the link right now, but I mean, you can link it, it'll time you out for a split second, and it's fine. I can probably look at that anyway, like I can probably go find his link too. But you know, if you got it, you can link it. Okay, thanks. Feels like diviner. Deli Orb is common or something. He's using weightings from stack decks. I need to first confirm that it even drops from stack decks. Because as far as I know, that's not even confirmed yet. But it could be, so I have to check in on that. It's thought to be 9 times rarer than the apothecary, huh? Last I heard, that card was not allowed to be dropped off stack decks. I just checked with AI is not the greatest resource for this, but as an initial checkpoint, I mean, AI straight up says it can't drop from stack decks. The specific boss restricted drop card suggesting there, and I've heard that said by other players on multiple occasions as well. Follow up, is there any evidence of it dropping from a stacked deck anyway? AI says there is absolutely zero evidence of a Damnation card dropping from a stacked deck because a hard code limitation prevents it from happening. He's referencing 3.24 and stuff. No, I'm just using Google. Again, I don't 100% believe what it's telling me here, but it is at least an indicator. It's telling me exactly. This is the first time I've read into it, and it's this is the first time I've actually asked it, and it's telling me like exactly what I've heard from other people, which could just be them also talking to AI and asking it. Right. Well, here, let me, this will be eye-opening. He would have got his information from Prohibited Library anyway, probably. I'm seeing people talking in Prohibited Library about it being a weighting of 5, which is barely rarer than the Apothecary. Not even half as rare. Like 2/3 of rarity tier is Apothecary. I mean, I would assume they're the most trusted source. Eventually, like after stream, I'll just straight up ask on their Discord what the latest up-to-date information is. If I can't find something obvious, checking the backlogs of the searching on the Discord in the first place. I just spent like 30 seconds looking on that Discord, and there's no like super obvious. Well, there was no evidence that anybody had dropped one from a stack deck. There was speculation about a few different things. Do any of you have an anecdote or hard evidence of stack of Damnation card being droppable in a stack deck? Why am I not using Abyss? I'm doing a different strat than that. Yeah, that's what I think. Penguin, yeah, right. So I don't know how they identify the weighting of the card when it's not available in stacked decks. Wait, what? I killed the boss. Did I rush to the boss and kill him? I must have rushed to the boss and killed him. I didn't even know what I was doing. I think I did. Like I was playing a different strat or something. I'm just going for Bismuth Ore and Covetous Shrine and going like all in on Divination Plenty monsters.
Stay out.
I don't want to be like messing around in the map for a long time with that. I also just want to use 8 mod corrupted maps and not chisel them, and not have to roll them, just buy them in mass, and makes it real easy and simple on myself. Oh shit. What is this crap, dude? I'm stuck. I got a Bismuth Ore. It'd be a fitting map to get it on. Get Quan Altars, Bismuth, huge yellow juice without anything else. Could be. I'm starting to believe that wisps affect the amount of deli orbs that drop. Every time I do a wildwood, I get like a lot of deli orbs. But I didn't think it would have anything to do with it.
Stay out. Stay sane.
Lay down your weapons and talk over.
I survived the pits of... I'll honor...
Like a nightmare map. Nice.
I'll honor...
I wonder how many stacked decks I've dropped. Maybe that's where I'll get my Damnation card.
Stay sane, exile.
Say no to the haters. Damn, bro, he gets the Covetous Shrine, the Bismuth Ore, and the Crab event in one map. Wow.
My mana is gone.
Yeah, but at least I get Simulacrum Splinters and Deli Orbs instead of using them. At least I got that going for me. Oh, I forgot the timer. Shit. I kind of let it run earlier while I was doing other stuff. So it's not going to be super accurate. Oh, Bismuth. Bismuth again. Yeah, Bismuth. Oh, that Bismuth ore. Ah, oh, oh, oh. My hit rate. I'm an accuracy stacker. My hit rate? Are you talking? Oh, you mean my accuracy number? I think is what you mean. I think I have around 110,000 accuracy. Let's go. Wow, that's the most of these cards I've ever dropped in one run. I had a triple drop. Shit. Hmm? Big. Got the quant roll. Hi, is this build good? That's for me to show and you to decide for yourself. tired of picking up embers. Yep, something like that.
You gamble with forces you barely comprehend.
Chaos. I'm not even doing that. Can't be bothered. $13. The bonus. And I now know where it comes from. Resonating Shrine.
You follow in my footsteps, in my father's
Nice.
footsteps. That alone should give
That's
you
great.
pause.
Got me walking. I'm just taking a stroll, man. I was just walking down the sidewalk. What the fuck, dude? Must I always be flickering? What happened to Ice Shot? I swapped out of it. I decided to try a different build. Very much out of character for me, but I do it every now and then. Nine divination. You decided to try the best build. Well, that, you know, I've never heard of Flicker Strike being considered the best build, like without any other qualifiers involved.
Exile?
For sure, we'll go with that.
Go now.
Bumgum would never play Flicker Strike. You think so? Really? Like, really? It's true, I can't really see him playing this build.
Stay sane, exile.
Flicker is a way of life. You know, I'm beginning to understand that. Like an unsuspecting foreigner traveling to a faraway land. Beginning to put together the pieces of the puzzle. Understanding a foreign culture. I have some experience with that. Imagine if Flicker Strike was like meta in Japan. It'd be called Furika Strike. Exactly roll off the tongue. Furika Strike.
The more you
Furika
aid him,
Strike.
the more harm you bring upon him.
Oh my god. Furika Strike #1! something like that. Like that passionate otaku voice. I didn't get hardly any daily rewards that map. What the hell? What the hell, man?
Each step you take binds you tighter
Really
to the
fascinated
ruin we
though,
sought to
like
escape.
sometimes it's kind of hard to tell like if you're really enjoying a build or not, but one way to know if you're enjoying a build is if you're perfectly willing to run like 500 of the same map in 2 days and you don't feel the least bit like bored of it. Like I'm not at all bored of this, but like if I was doing this on my eye shot character, I would be bored of it. It'd be a lot harder, for one thing. I mean, it's just like there's a level of trivialization going on here that is making it. Of course, I die when I'm saying. Aside from trying to loot in the middle of the map, it's like really easy content, really smooth. You just can't loot in the middle of the map sometimes. Are you into mangas and anime since you live in Japan? No, ironically, it's the other way around. I was most into anime and manga when I was living in the States, and for like the 10 years prior to coming over here. I got into a bit like early college years, and then I kind of got into it again, like, I don't know, like 6 years after college. It was just kind of something I would get into, you know, every couple of years to find a series or something. I would like, but I would go like long stretches without watching any anime too. And then, you know, for like 3 months I would binge like 5 different series, something like that. It's definitely like a phase thing. You happy to see me flickering? Oh, thanks. I missed your message. Hold on, I'll read it. I saw you wrote a long message. Sounded like it was heartfelt. Favor the flicker. No, I never watched One Piece. There are a lot of animes I've never watched. I like Bleach, so that's playing right now, actually. It's an anime I know really well. Not gonna lie, this flicker build looks amazing. Not gonna lie. Well, not gonna lie, I like your comment. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Bleach is putting out some massive fan service right now. They're and anime is in full swing in the middle of the season. Big storyline concluding soon, I think. Not yet though. I gotta watch the latest episode still. I kind of already know what happens, but. Do you have a path building, Deadeye shot, or just Warden? Oh, you should check like previous streams or previous YouTube videos while I'm playing that build, and you can look in the description of it, and you can find the POB there. You'd have to go a week back or something, only like a week ago. You could check the Pilfering Divination card farm I did there. That was a pretty solid setup I had. I played almost all kinds of Flicker. For effective breach farm, super juice maps, ideas I got with making Flicker with explodes. Adding Devastator clones. Okay, yeah. Getting body armor with explode. DPS that takes. Well, what do you think of Greater Ancestral Call? Because this thing is a freaking beast. Like, I'm not even playing with. So, I don't even have an explode on this build. This is the build without explode. Like, you would imagine with the clear that I have here that I have an explode on, right? But no. In fact, I can... Oh wait, I put it away. Right, I just straight up put it away. It's actually causing more lag than anything, anyway. So Ancestral Call makes it so that you hit 3 adjacent targets, and with 50% increased max range on that, it's freaking wild. And then you have splash damage, of course. And I said I don't have explode as a sort of explode. Well, I mean, I was playing with Herald of Ash. This is a little bit of explode there. But I'd turn it on one map, turn it off another, and like do that over and over again. And honestly, I don't see any real difference between the two. Except if anything, just extra lag. Because when you dot up every enemy, it adds lag. Dots add a lot of lag to the game in certain moments. This is especially true if I ran that setup with a Wildwood, a juiced up Wildwood. Here, I'll show this. Good. I got a Wildwood too. Lol. Potential juicer. Hell of a good start. Just take me somewhere. god. Oh my god, dude. Dude? Maybe I should turn widescreen on for this. Is that really the top? Yeah, it is. This is... Wait, what? Oh man, that's so weird. So the northern event is like much further south than expected. Or... Oh, okay. Never mind, I get it. Well, maybe not. Okay, nope, I don't get it. I'm kind of lost. Refill though. We are going this way. Wow. Well, that's a lot of wisps. I would have loved this back when I was actually testing wildwood fishing. This is better than any of them. Any of the wildwoods I got back when I was wildwood fishing. I only found 3 events too. This much wisps with 3 events. Alright. Who? Yeah, it's not even. The funny thing is my kill speed's going to be identical to what it was before. With a 15k wisp wildwood. It's like, makes no difference. Dude, that's a sacred orb right there. Actual sacred orb. This is not a drill. Ah. Get him. So we got another 4. That was fun. Big old wildwood. Oh, I forgot the astrolabe. Oh my god. Well, let me update the
Perhaps
count.
your intentions are good. So
Almost
are mine.
time.
It makes no difference to the Atlas.
88. Alright, so this is a baseline Herald of Ash. Does it look like Herald of Ash is contributing to anything here? I think the problem is the AoE is too small.
Stay sane, exile.
Vulnerability Shrine.
Make your bed.
My eyes can't keep up. Actually, a pretty good excuse. Alright. Like, maybe... What if I unallocate Tribal Fury and then go Herald of Ash? Could that be better? No Tribal Fury Flicker is a sin. Okay. Can't argue with that.
The Atlas is a prison, not a prize. Leave it behind.
This one's a little worse than the last one. But wait, there's blue. Where? Allegedly. Is this tech worth to do? What tech? Oh. Found it. Shit. Oh my god, dude. I like this. I like this. Get me out of here. Oh, how many maps average for Damnation? I don't know. I gotta look that up. I'm getting conflicting information from people. I initially logged in today thinking the drop rate was something like 110 to 1, but Azure, what is it called? Azure's something or rather, the other somewhat common card. But I'm not so sure. I'm not dropping as many cards as Red Vials on his strat per map. I'm doing a different strat. So, if it's like 100 to 1, then it would take me an average of like 600 maps to drop a dupe, I guess.
Good day.
But I'm making something like 15 div an hour,
Threat is revealed.
like profit without Damnation cards. Mainly on account of not spending Deli Orbs or Maven Chisel or extra fee on the maps. The maps are super cheap.
Reminder of the virtues of an agile.
And instead I'm looting Simulacrum Splinters and Deli Orbs. When normally I would not get access to those at all. And they make up a significant portion of the profit outside of, you know, the hypothetical Damnation card drop. So it really like bulletproofs me from like, I don't know, failing to make currency on a map by map basis. Without being like a stupid trade-off. Like, you know, obviously you don't do that if it's results in way less div per hour, but it's around one Damnation every 120 Azrins. Alright, so where's your data on that? People keep referencing Red Vial's spreadsheet, like, but his is based off stacked deck weightings, which doesn't even make sense because card can't drop from stacked decks.
No further, villain.
You don't pick up any divination card thing from the altar? You pick up divination rewards from the altar, potentially. Just not div dupes. You don't do div dupes. Look at that. Or Deli Orbs. I mean, 3 Deli Orbs is like... I'm investing less than half a divine in the map. 3 Deli Orbs by itself is like... half the investment paid off. Just 3 Deli Orb drops. Freaking Deli Orbs worth like 18C a piece on average. Or something. Shit. So I got a influencing scarab. I thought they all despawn. Your primary priority altar is Quant. Divination dupes doesn't work for this strat, not with Pilfering Divination card. Divination card reward minion altars are good though. Not for Damnation card farming, just other random, like you could get Divination card reward for corrupted unique item, drop the insane cat, dupe it off the boss. That could happen. Extremely low chance, but it could happen. So because you're using the Pilfering Scarab, those minion reward options are twice as valuable as normal. Especially on 8-mod corrupted maps where, you know, you're going to spawn a lot of those Eldritch packs. Alright, Atlas. Atlas is linked in the YouTube description of the stream anyway. You can just pull it there. So no Abyss, no, yeah, nothing else, just Bismuth Ore, Covetous Shrine, Fishing, all the Quant explicit stuff, all the Shrine Ore stuff. Delirium Mirror Forced. I think I'm gonna go back to the other setup I was doing. Unless I find another better Elegant Hubris. This, I'll have to look at the POB again, but it looks like this is about like 1 or 2% worse than the other setup with it right here. So unless I'm getting something insane out of the extra jewel slot, like, you know, if it was a difference between having one Blue Nightmare and not having a Blue Nightmare, I think I would do it. This isn't the very best thing I can do with this spot, but I mean, I definitely don't want to use a Thread of Hope. I don't need that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm probably going to go back to the Elegant Hubris that was right here. We'll see. I remember I lost a bunch of Chaos Res doing this. 20 Chaos Res from 68 to 48. Hurts a little bit. That's going to be it for the night. A lot of you stuck around. Appreciate that. MBX Stream rated us. So he likes that, I guess. He likes accuracy stacking. How much evasion do I have? I don't know. With how many friends you chose? Yeah, I'm heading off. 3 a.m. here.
My mana is gone.
48,000 evasion. 95%. The spell block blocks there. Chance to dodge 75. I mean, that looks nice, doesn't it? 48,000 evasion, 95% evade chance, 75 spell dodge, 81 plus all res, 48 chaos res, 65 attack block, 65 spell block. Cannot be shocked, yes. 100% freeze avoidance. It's a nice thing. 518 armor, too. Oh my god. 1200 ES. 3100 life. This has been real fun. Working on this build, it improves. I think the improvements are about to slow down pretty hard, though. I don't think there's... I've been making a lot of massive improvements the last few days, but... I could be wrong, but... Probably not going to find any major improvements. Beyond is... Some people are already calling this the best Flicker Strike build there ever was, so... Is that what they said? Ever was? Maybe not ever. I don't know, you guys just like build me up. Yup. I think what I'm gonna do is actually, I'd like to come on again tomorrow earlier in the day. I'll probably put up another like 140 maps, and we'll just turn this into a 300 map session. Just kind of extend it a little bit. Because I thought maybe I had 200 maps on stream today. I couldn't get to it. But I did 160 and... Yeah, 160. So, I mean, I could do 140 tomorrow. Right? You could do that. You guys up for it? Will you be back? Dang. What time will I be on? I think I'll be on around 20 or 12 hours from now. 12, 13 hours from now. $200 maps and no dopamine is sad. It's alright. No, it's worse than that actually. I have not turned any of these in. So since I've started Damnation card farming, I've just held on to these. So as in terms of like lifetime this league, 155 already been looted with no Damnation. So my actual number is even higher. I'll add this on like the total number. But yeah, we got 90. So 245 Azerian rewards cards have been looted. 3-4 p.m. Yeah. Yeah, if you're in Japan time. Yep. Or Korean time, right? Same time. Hold on. 5.3 16. Yeah, I'm running about 2 minutes per map by the looks of it. Sounds about right. Let's find somebody to raid. Not many options. A lot of people playing this Hero Siege business. What is that? Nah, man, when you're enjoying a new build, it's easy. It's easy. Z-Bulb doing some Crab Legion stuff. So it says in the stream title. We'll raid him. You can see what's going on the other side of the insane jackpot farming. I did drop like 3 Sacred Orbs today. One off stream. It's kind of a lot for one day. Not even farming currency. The fuck? Alright guys, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be on tomorrow. There's a small chance I might come on later in the day, but you know, assuming I feel up to it, long as I don't wake up with a migraine or something. I'll be on in about 12 hours ish. So see you then.